Can you hear us, Simon?
Mic is off. Put her up.
No, that should be going through the stream.
Oh, okay. And then, yeah, we don't
Right.
want to echo.
Oh, we can't hear Simon.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Why can't we hear Simon?
Simon can
Simon
hear
was,
us.
yes.
Okay, why can't we hear Simon?
Yeah, you, but that's delayed.
That would do it. Say something, Simon.
Yeah. Oh, it's Zoom is going through the wrong audio.
Oh, testing, testing, testing.
Oh, you turn audio off again. There you go. Now, do we need to turn on our video?
I mean,
You can hear some tests.
Yay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
okay.
Simon,
Good, we hear you.
fish, hi.
Sweet.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey.
There we go.
Moods.
Okay, moods. Not exactly sure what I'm presenting, so bear with me. Moods. A few years ago, I said I was gonna give you a list of moods that are a type of tag, like genre. They're like a special type of tag, and the idea was to incorporate them into MetaBrainz, so that people can tag their music that they're listening to with moods, which ideally would make it easier for us to do music recommendation. Because genres are complicated, and some genres that are very similar aren't necessarily connected in a direct way that we can infer from the data, whereas let's say a calm mood is going to have all calm things, whereas you have rock genre, you'll have a rock ballad, you'll have an energetic song, you'll have an intro that's 30 seconds and not really worth putting in a playlist, etc. So I had done some research on mood classification, which is generally, I find hard to understand unless you know about the terms such as valence or things like that, which is the usual mood classifications or along an axis of valence, which is how energetic the thing is and how somber the thing is on the other. So I was trying to assemble different mood classification systems and understand why they classified on these axes, and then see if we can make it a little bit easier to understand for users to be able to use, while also making it fit into a visual component that would be also easy to understand. So you have gradients? No, not gradients.
Gradients.
Gradients? Yeah,
Gradient cheese.
quarters of things that relate about in space to each other. But I never got to something that was quite good enough, and it wasn't clear what our path for implementation in MetaBrainz was going to be. Where can people tag things? So I kind of abandoned it. But I can resurrect the list that I had gotten to, and reevaluate whether it needs a component that looks a specific way, or if we can just have select a mood or type autocomplete sort of list, or combine it with the tags. So there's some questions that are not clear to me as to how we would implement it in MetaBrainz to encourage users to use it. Because if it's just in the tags, then they're probably likely to tag it with rock and punk and whatever, instead of trying to remember what the moods were and then selecting the appropriate mood. So I think it needs a separate component, but it's it feels like it's going to be shoehorned if we try to put it everywhere. So I think that's one part of the discussion is looks-wise, what would such a component look like? And as for the rest of genres discussion, I don't know who proposed it.
No, that's a joke.
You proposed
Not
it as a
quite,
joke.
but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a running joke for 15, 20 years.
Well, there's
So-
going to be, there's one topic that I'd like to address as well afterwards, which is how do we calculate the tags that we show people on ListenBrainz? For, if you go on the recording page, for example, we assemble tags from the release group and the artist, and it's not necessarily clear to the user, which is question mark as to whether that's something we want to do, or show the complexity of where this tag comes from, or if we just flatten it and show that to the user. I know for recommendations, people were asking recently how does the playlist work, for example. You had a question?
Yeah, I think, so we clearly have still a lot of stuff on our plate right now to do. But I think sometime in the next year, actually working on the new stuff will be a really good thing for us to do. So one of the things that I would suggest we do is if you've got some work that you've done on this, but you're not entirely certain how to finish it, how about writing up what you got in a blog post? And then putting it out there and saying, it's like, okay, so this is what we got, we're kind of stuck on this a little bit. Are there any experts out there that would be willing to help us advise on this, to actually drive this model to be done, so we can use it sort of a community effort to figure out what it is that we want to do, right? And then sometime next year, we will hopefully have a plan as to what we want to do.
So like one thing for that is like before we can use, I mean I have like code for moods for MusicBrainz, but that was from when I added chamber, so it's going to be horribly outdated. So it can be updated to what we do with chambers now, because it should be basically implemented in the same way on our side. But like before you can use it in ListenBrainz, it probably needs to be done in another place. So like yeah, like the way this should work probably is like first we come with a list of how to do it, like a list of moods that we can use. Then we put it out in MusicBrainz. We can let people play with it a bit in MusicBrainz, and while they are doing that, then you have time to figure out how to implement it on the ListenBrainz side. Because I mean, I think a lot more of them will come once it's actually available on ListenBrainz, especially if it's available in a nice way. Because I mean, moods do seem like something you really add while you're listening to the music.
Right.
You may experience more than.
The thing here that we need to remember is that with genres, everything's willy-nilly, right? We can just start attacking genres that are very super subjective and so forth. Moods are subjective too, but when we put the mood structure in place, we shouldn't change it again, right? Because moving the data set from one over to the next one is going to bring semantic ambiguities that I don't want to deal with, right? Let's make sure that we actually get this mood model right before we unleash it on users.
That's why I have been waiting all this time.
That's why I've been waiting all this time.
But yeah,
Well, no, I mean, he's been waiting because he wants another, oh, look, I got hired to do this, and this is my 4-year flex, and I still haven't done it. That's what's going on here.
but like basically, I'm thinking like if we could potentially have something in MusicBrainz that people complain about it and then actually drop everything. But once it's and let them start again.
Yeah.
But once it's in ListenBrainz, we really shouldn't do that. So like we have a bit of a play.
I mean, if we don't get any feedback from the blog post, then we can do is an initial implementation. And once we put that out there, then people are just going to come in droves and tell us how wrong we are. And we're set.
But
I mean,
that
we'll
might
fix it.
sour the mood.
One issue that we still have is that the tagging, the authentication issues for tagging from ListenBrainz. Basically, you have to log out from ListenBrainz and log back in every week or something like that. Otherwise, your tagging won't work. It doesn't fetch your own tags and things like that. And so
that shouldn't be the case.
that is the case.
We can fix it.
That's something we can look at.
I mean, last time I think I fixed the issue, but it's possible that something is still wrong. So we can look into fixing it.
Yeah.
Simon, did you have any questions or comments on this?
He did mention that he's listening through YouTube, so it will be a bit lag, so we should have to wait a bit for this.
There should be lower latency than yesterday, because yesterday was like 30 seconds of latency, but we'll see how well it works.
He did write something in the chat.
Yeah, that's what I just told you. He's listening to YouTube, so it has a bit of a like.
No, he wrote something previously.
Oh, okay.
My suggestion ages ago was to incorporate multiple systems, because why not?
Okay.
It's been a struggle to get feedback, find and mood system efficient editors.
I just heard.
It's kind of along the lines of the blog post.
Oh, it's
Let's-
sleeping.
let's put it
I mean,
first.
Wait, there's.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Simon.
He doesn't hear us immediately, that's the problem, we cannot really talk to him.
Let's see if I can get sound through Zoom meeting. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but you can probably hear us
Okay.
already.
Cool. Yeah, the moves thing really has been hanging around for a long time, and as you guys said, it's really hard to get someone to step in and say like this is the best system. I actually have a little bit of a different thought about this, which is particularly if it's implemented on MetaBrainz first.
It's already at the top.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. I actually think we could do quite an open. There's ways that we could allow quite a lot of different mood systems, just with our whitelists. I don't know if we necessarily need to pick one. If we just make it available to MetaBrainz users and then see what works, I think the genre whitelist can be applied to a number of different systems that can exist together basically. Like we can have a user tag something with happy, and then that can relate to a certain mood whitelist or not. So I guess what I'm saying is, since we haven't landed on one, at some point it might be good just to work on a system and MetaBrainz where it works. I mean, if one takes off, people love one, then we can start looking at doing a fancy UI for listen brands.
So did we basically say that genres or moods were basically going to be a two-tier system, or an arbitrary tier system?
Not sure what you're asking.
Well, so I mean, are we going to have mood? I mean, my understanding currently is that we have top-level moods. That's the first level, and then we have those that are broken down into some more sub-levels, but no more than 2 levels, and a fairly limited number of moods, right? As opposed to another genre system where anybody could enter a mood that they want, right?
Correct.
That's not going to help us, because then we might as well just use genres and say, like, everyone just put your moods in genres, then we'll map from the genres, right? We need to actually have a distinct map of moods that is limited. And if we have multiple sets of these moods and so forth, then people are like, what is this set versus that set? We need to have one, and it needs to be simple, right? We need to be able to say it's like happy, sad, angry, lovey-dovey, whatever. And then if you want to drill down into that, maybe 4 or 6 into each subcategory, no more.
Less than that is where I had gotten to from doing research. If you give too many options, people will not be able to select because it's not clear. Because if you get too precise, then I don't know, melancholic. It's cool, but there's songs that are melancholic. But are you specifically going to choose that over something else? Whereas
so really,
a more overarching category of sad maybe works better.
So I think the goal that we should set is we should have the most concise moods possible, right? Not too many, not too little, and not an arbitrary system at all. So for me, it's just, we need to just be able to find what those moods are in those 2 levels, and we need to kind of agree on that, right? And when we have those, I think the UI will become easier to think of.
I think there's another aspect, which is that in the same way that we promote tags as genres, I think you pointed out if there's already a tag that says happy, there's got to be, I know that because I looked, maybe some of the tags can be associated with a mood, especially if they're limited, let's say 5 or 6 categories, 6 moods, and then different tags that represent the same sort of tag cloud of this mood can be related to that mood in particular, which I think might work well, but is something that needs to be done manually like the genres are.
Yeah, so I will explain a bit how we're doing genres right now, just because like we have changed a couple of things. So right now, we do have, which was at the beginning we didn't, we do have genre relationships. So we do have a hierarchy for genres in a way. Like we do have like subgenre of kind of thing.
Mhm.
So like there's nothing stopping us from having, I mean, I do think moods, I mean, the definition of moods we have on the words is based on tags. And I mean, I think like anything that's not based on tags would be a pain in the ass, to be honest. The point is like,
Hold on. This, the tag system is a completely arbitrary structure of tags.
yes, but like,
And that's not what we want.
no, that's not,
It's
can
definitely
you
not what we
continue?
want.
But that's not how the genre system works. The genre system is basically takes a list of tags and says, those are genres,
Yeah.
and those are the ones that we accept.
Yeah,
So we can do the same
okay,
for
I know,
moods.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
But like, since like only relationship editors do genres,
Yeah.
we have them for moods, and
But-
we literally say moods only have two levels, so we only have parent moods and children moods, and that basically just lets us use the current structure to do exactly what you were suggesting.
What I'm suggesting is that moods will be invariant.
Sure,
Okay.
I mean they can be.
No, they must be.
I mean,
We will come up with a set of moods in the beginning, and
famous
we will
less
not
words,
change
but
it,
yes.
right?
Mhm.
Like changing it is just going to make everything just hell confusing.
Again, famous less words, but in theory it will.
Okay.
That's why I did research, because I wanted it to be based on actual research for music recommendation and mood classification. And ideally, that whatever we choose, that's maybe a little bit more understandable to humans than the systems that are currently being research models. Hopefully that you can translate one into the other so that the data set would be useful afterwards.
Sure.
If people want to do music
Yeah,
mood,
so
mood
one
classification,
thing-
they can take the moods from MusicBrainz and say, okay, sad equals this on the
Yeah.
valence.
So
something.
one thing we currently have, like for genres right now, we do have aliases, but we do not actually map them to tags yet. So like the idea was always that, for example, hip hop with a slash,
Yeah.
rap, whatever, all of those things would actually be read as the genre hip hop.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten to that yet, but that's part of the plan, and if we implement moods in the same way, then certainly sad and triste and all of those,
Right.
it's the same, but all of those things could be easily mapped to sad. It's just, it's an implementation issue, but.
That sounds like, if I understand MetaBrainz, a sort of MetaBrainz sort of way of, once we figure out what a mapping of bad to good, that mapping persists, and you can have multiples of those that go back to a known good thing.
Yeah, so basically you can have a set of moods that you agree on at the beginning, and basically you could, like, classify more tags into that set in arbitrary ways later on. So like basically, like just still say that, okay, these are the moods, but if this is like an alias for that mood, we can eventually put it in.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, that's not actually being used in MusicBrainz right now, but to be fair, there's nothing stopping ListenBrainz, playlist creators or recommendations from actually following aliases already, even if we don't do it yet.
So the system is in place and the links are.
Aliases are added. It's just that, like, basically you would just need to, on your own, be like, okay, so like, we'll match the tags to the aliases in play, but like,
Match to this
yeah.
this genre and all the aliases.
Yeah, like that's something you could do on your side potentially already. Right now, what we don't have is like it don't actually show on the sidebar in MusicBrainz because we haven't figured out how to do it with counts and things like that. So if someone upvotes both like rap and hip hop, is that it shouldn't be two votes because it's the same genre kind of thing. So that's the difficulty on our side, but you could probably figure that out for recommendations because it doesn't matter that much.
For moods, it'll be simpler
It's even more,
because you don't have two different moods that are called the same anymore.
Cool. Okay, so then I think let's wrap this up. And I think just go.
I mean, is it moods still specifically?
Yes.
Then finish moods first, yeah.
I think you should write a blog post, ideally earlier than 4 years, like in the next 4 weeks maybe.
Okay.
Once you get that blog post up, what I can do is I can point Matthew Hahn at it, and then say, forward that to the Last FM team. There was probably somebody who thought about moves on the Last FM team, right? Can we chat with them, right? That'll probably be the best way for us to get feedback on this particular topic,
Yeah.
right? And if we do that and say like we'll plan to have that sort of working by the end of the year, then we can actually put mood implementation for both MusicBrainz and ListenBrainz on the schedule for next year.
Just make sure you
Now we're
mention.
going to talk about the LB roadmap next.
Like I think there was like the staff Simon was talking about genres, had like one more thing they will mention
Okay.
from what I talked to him. But yeah, make sure to tell the people that they kind of change the moods afterwards. We won't have any wild mood swings.
How long have you been waiting to pull that one out?
Last 5 minutes. Anyway, yeah. So like one thing that I did talk to Simon at some point. I don't know what does he say. Okay, about more implementation details. So like one thing that Rater Music does that we don't do right now, they have split some of things that are not really genres into something they call descriptors. So that would be things like choral, orchestral, instrumental. So those are also things, the kind of things that actually could be pretty useful for like music recommendation. Like, you know, give me only instrumental, give me things like orchestral, things like that. So I was kind of considering whether we should actually implement that as a third set. With like that could be more open, right? Like you could have different kinds of things into there. But like, so like if you have any, because if I'm already gonna rewrite the mood thing, I might as well just literally copy paste it and
Well,
change the names.
Do the same thing, write either community or blog post asking what people think about the idea.
Sure. I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, it seems like it could be useful for this
No, I can see that.
Would that be
I can see that.
another category of sort of hand-validated tags?
Yes, I would say that would be a that, but it would be more like genres than moods in the sense that like we don't, because that's not so much like a spectrum. We don't really care if that changes. We can add more later. So
But in this case, yeah, I wonder if it would add something compared to what we currently do, because we currently work with tags. So you can generate tag instrumental and
Sure.
get a place.
sure. I mean, so in that sense, it would probably just basically give you a list of like things to consider important enough to
Okay,
like basically suggest to people more. That's what people
Yeah, I mean,
list.
that's what we use on ListenBrainz is we have the
Most
list of
common
genres.
Oh yeah.
That's autocomplete.
So that's
You can
basically
still
what,
write
yeah.
your own, but there's
That's basically what I was
autocomplete.
thinking about.
Okay.
Okay.
One question I had was,
Yeah.
like a song could be musically very happy, like major scales and so on and so on, but thematically very sad, like about
Yeah.
the death of your mother.
Yeah.
So which one do
Oh,
we
you,
count?
you'll have to choose. There's
Is there a mood neurotic?
there's no silver bullet of like
You can't have multiple moods.
happy
Or
like
a
Bella Ciao, no? Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella
You
Ciao,
should,
Ciao,
we've been
Ciao.
talking on the chat, you should read what we've been writing, Errol's always been writing, and Diego also.
I couldn't hear any of that, sorry.
Like that. There's some chat with Simon as well that we can check.
Simon and Diego, me.
Okay. Yeah, the answer is you're gonna have to choose one. And the songs that are energetic but have very sad lyrics, they know what they're doing.
That's the thing about the quantifications of moods, is that this song is sad to me, this song is sad, is happy to him, and that both of those, when it comes to mood, it's a valid input, because
Yes, it is. So that's not a problem.
Yes.
Right,
That's
we're
not a
not,
problem.
we can't get
necessarily.
a computer to analyze that. When
Yes,
we
we
have
can.
data from humans,
Yes, it's really
it would be
simple.
really interesting to compare, analyze data with what humans have added. That
Yeah.
would be very interesting.
Yeah.
We need to have non-biased human input tag first.
Yes, that's qualitative data. We don't need to worry about the quant, the numbers.
No, the whole key is like the qualitative data, one tag, one mood is useless. 5 moods, 5 tags start becoming useful. 1,000 tags on something is like, that tag's truth.
I have
Right.
a
So it's
comment on that. It's true, but it's also false, because generally when you have something like this, if you have 1,000,000 tags on something, there is this generic sort of things become like general happy, general sad, general cool,
I
general.
would be very happy to have that information.
Sure.
Yes,
I'd be
but
very happy to have that
Very
information.
useful.
Yes, like we was wondering about how ListenBrainz does with this. Is there a way to basically use your own tags or your own entry? Because I mean, we were talking yesterday, right, about how, for example, we don't find sad. A lot of people find sad. So is it possible, or would eventually be possible, to basically choose? I want to base it on everyone's tags or on my own.
Certainly not possible.
In the future, question mark, because you would need to have tagged sufficient amount
Sure,
of,
of course.
you know.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, that would require you to do a lot of effort, but if you do a lot of effort, would that be
Yeah, that means that 99.9% of users will not have enough data
Sure.
for that to be useful
Fair enough.
for generation. I guess the other part of genre that I wanted to talk about personally is we're adding a genre explorer, for example. We're showing tags on new recording pages. It's not always clear to the user where those tags are coming from. Partly because I don't remember what the ratio is, but the number of recordings tagged versus, you know, artist level tags or release group level tags versus release level tags. There's complications there that make it require us to basically do a bunch of stuff before we present the result to the user. So if you have a bunch of tags on a recording, then sure, we can show that directly. But if there are none, do you go to the release level? Are they more relevant than on the release group level? What are people actually tagging? Artist level is pretty simple, and usually you end up going all the way up to the artist level to show the tags from there too. I don't. Does anyone have any suggestion for how to make that clear to end users on MetaBrainz in this case? Because that's a question that people are asking. You get here's your new stat that we have of here you listen to rock between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, and then from 9 o'clock to 12 you listen to jazz. Where are those tags from? And I think we basically hide a bunch of complexity, but in doing so, I don't even know how it goes in there, and I can't really read that giant SQL query that does magic stuff to compile all of this in a way that's sensible.
What kind of users are asking for this clarification? I mean, most users don't care, they see just the tags, okay, that's fine. Some are asking from where it comes. And would it be possible to just display like a, you know, an info box or something like that on the tag? To just, for example, rock from the artist, from release group, from release, from, you know, just detailing the source, because sometimes you have the same tag on different levels.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just it comes from artist, it could come from artist, release group, and for some reason we're recording as other tags.
Yes.
So we have the same thing in Picard where people can choose from where they take the tags, whether they compile them in one thing or not. Some prefer to have just the recording level tags or release level tags, or if there's none, we go to upper level and get, because the main problem is many artists have tags, not all release group or recording have, so still
a few recordings.
Yeah, and sometimes they are exactly the same or totally different.
Yeah.
Depends.
But then if they're totally different, does that mean that it's an artist that does multiple genres, in which case going to the release group level is probably wrong if you're on another album. And so at the same time that we hide complexity, we also introduce question marks in there, because none of that is very clear.
Yeah, I think it's actually multiple levels of this question where you need to answer that. One part is, of course, for MetaBrainz when you display the, don't know, release or recording or album detail view, then you could probably prove that, right? You could say, okay, we don't have a genre for this recording, but on this release there's this, right? On the other side, if you have something like those statistics, I don't think you can then drill that down to this level. In my opinion, the problem with the statistics is the different one, and that is also something I think we discussed last year to some degree, that you often just get the very generic ones, right? So you listen to rock here, pop here,
jazz, yeah.
that's it, and you don't really get a detailed view, and if you're a listener who is mostly into some kind of rock music, who be more interested what type of music I'm listening to.
Agreed.
That kind of works in my experience, but
Yeah.
mileage may vary.
Some of the new graphs I look at and like, any of the new graphs that we've done for genres are useless for me. I just look at them, it's just like, I mean, I listen to most of the electronic music and it says like, you listen to electronic music, like, duh,
So what would make it better,
one level down. Like, I wanna know what type of electronic music.
provided
Like,
there are tags?
I mean, there are
Maybe
tags,
totally
right?
ignore this rock, pop, jazz.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Those are
I think
too
we
generic,
can, but
too
maybe
generic.
We've done that in Year in Music, if memory serves, or at
Yeah.
least we chose a type of graph where we can group them under the parent under the parent tag, which was rock, pop, electronic, jazz, hip hop, or I don't know which ones. And one year, I think for Year in Music 2024, we did a graph with genres and we excluded the main genres.
Then it doesn't give much information actually. I mean, for example, for metal, metal is what? I mean, so many different kind of metal.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem is also that this is a very personal thing again, right? So if I'm a listener to mostly, I'm listening to all kinds of metal music and I'm very into what type of metal music that is, but I'm also sometimes listening to electronic music or classical music, but I'm not so much into that. So
Yeah.
if that's labeled electronic, that's totally fine. There might be so much different things, and I think that is something that makes it also difficult.
Okay, so if we,
Then maybe I could suggest an idea. When somebody's genres are heavily
biased, skewed.
let me give you an example. If like more than 50% of your music is genre Z, then you should not use genre Z but the subgenres. And this threshold is arbitrary. We could define it whatever comes out best. But I think this solves the problem actually, because if a genre is minor enough, it doesn't matter if it's a major genre or a sub-genre. But if something has a huge percentage, even if it's something very specific and we still have a level below that, it will be interesting to the user.
I think another approach that we might consider doing is being able to actually drill down on these things. So if it says electronic, then if I hover on it or click on something, then it says electronic for you breaks down into, right? So if somebody's happy just looking at electronic, I'm like, yeah, okay, that works for me. It wouldn't for me, right? They will never press on that. But I'm like, I want to know more details, and then it just takes you one level deeper. That might be the solution to try.
I think the problem that we hit at some point is that there's not a lot of recordings that are tagged. So, considering ListenBrainz, the base of where we calculate from is here's a listen. Most of those will not have a genre that's associated with it.
So then I'm going to say something really controversial. If we don't have the genre data to make the data look good, don't show the data. You on?
If we are missing the genre data at recording level, would it be a way to put the data from ListenBrainz, like for someone listening to an album or playlist, I don't know, which has a tag that the release or release book or artist level, and you could like put in the UI, is that genre adequate? Like it would be a way to ask ListenBrainz user to input some genre data about recordings, but I don't know, I don't use this, I don't see if it's already very overloaded or...
Not fully.
It could be optional, like for volunteers. Something you can enable only if you are a MetaBrainz editor, for example. So it will be still a minority, but it could be a way to get more genre on recordings.
We also talked about having a genre input in the listen card on every listen card, but trying to find a way to make it not overloading and repeating the same thing, which would mean that users have a way to quickly add a genre for you're looking at a page and you can quickly add a genre for
Yeah,
each
but
one.
you have to type it. I mean, if you take the existing genre for the artist, the release and release book,
Yeah, but
and
from
maybe the release book from the same artist as well, and you can just click
on what sort of page?
when they are listening to the recording, so the playlist, whatever. The Brainz player can be any
Hmm.
place.
Good point.
Jade?
So going back to the mood tagging, what does the use of the mood tagging look like? Like for genres, we have MetaBrainz graphs and
yeah.
recommendation systems. What would
Similar.
mood tagging?
Yeah, it's
Similar.
a similar application. Initially, it's not going to do much of anything, right? Because we need at least 1 million tags, mood tags, before that data becomes useful, right? When it does become useful, then we can actually feed that into the recommendation system, and we can say, like, you want a happy playlist? Sure, make a happy playlist because we have all this tagged data, right?
So another slice of how humans view music, because genres, you can have a bunch of genres that are all happy, sort of upbeat sort of stuff.
Right.
If you want a playlist that's upbeat, you're gonna have to manually go like, okay, what genres are upbeat, and then select those instead of having this other slice where you can
And
say,
even
I want a sad playlist now.
Even that doesn't quite work because when I'm trying to find instrumental stuff to work with or whatever, like I specifically have to be like a specific genres and then also like specifically like reggae music or whatever, uplifting or like because otherwise you do end up with basically funeral music in the same genre. So like yeah.
Right, and then once we have the data, then I'd imagine that we'll do some statistics based on genres. Like, yeah, you're a depressing motherfucker. Everything you listen to is depressing. But people might already know that. So.
Do you need help? Year of music. Have you considered therapy?
Your year in music. Are you okay?
Here is an AI shrink. Come, let's
Oh
talk.
God.
Please don't. Not joke. Not even joke.
Akira?
I have of course, a dumb person. How about the complete opposite? What if you want the whole thing to just show me anything, any mood, any genre, anything, just throw random shit at me. How do you accomplish that without just doing top 10 or just doing something interesting with a sort of a sort of thing where you start with maybe an input, then you get as random as possible, but also things that specifically don't have for example, if you want to do something like negative, like show me all kinds of things, but not this thing. For example, that would be something we use as well.
Sure.
That would work on the same system, I suppose.
Yeah.
Just invert how the filtering works.
I hear you talking about how to specifically detail a playlist that's show me this. But if I want a playlist, I want something to just surprise me.
Yeah. Play me not things from my language or whatever. I feel that's
Yeah, basically, yeah.
In fact, one of my favorites would probably be play me things that are not yet having any genres or moods or anything, so I can actually add some.
That's a very good idea. I like that.
Okay.
We have that already.
Should we close this session?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or just
Any
together
other-
with
I mean,
the
like,
meeting?
unless Simon wants to say something else, I think.
Any other genre topics, questions?
Well, like Simon did mention, by the way, that people have been actually loving the genre wheel on socials, so that even though we might not be super happy with it, like a fair amount of people
Yeah.
work with. So the usual MetaBrainz thing where we hate what we do and everyone else loves what we do.
So
That's it.
stupid.
Yeah, so maybe we sit down, Rod, at some point and look at the genre graph and see how it's calculated and
Yeah.
maybe try to make it more
Yeah,
precise.
yeah.
Cool.
I don't know.
That's it for genre then?
So I asked Simon if he has any other comments on this, but he was too.
He's typing, so yeah, okay, well done.
Okay?
Let me look at his typing face.
Yeah, he says he's done. Thanks for letting him comment on the random ideas.
Cool.
Okay, thank you, Simon.
Yeah.
So let's
That's
move
it.
on to, yeah. let's move on to LB roadmap.
Just a minute, I need to put this on chat.
So,
That road.
Can you check through the notes and add some things? Probably missed some notebooks. I shared that on. So
Also,
what I-
Yvonne, I put the banner up.
Should we take a whiteboard to make notes as well?
Do you need slides?
Let's take a final picture of this just in case.
Yeah, I already got a picture of that yesterday.
things that
Do
people
you have the
use
AI
to put
text
towels
thing
on.
on it?
Oh, Rob, did the clicker ever arrive?
No, yeah.
No.
When we hear the buzz and the clicker arrives. Okay. Right, so I suppose we should look at what's on the roadmap that we haven't finished yet.
Monkey, can you open that doc?
Open what, sorry?
There's a document, LB roadmap, that we usually open during the monthly meets. Yeah, that one. Should we just open that here?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm supposed
Yeah,
to take notes, so I think that's a good idea.
Do you have
it's
some-
shared with, I mean, I'll do that.
I've shared it on the summit journal.
Okay.
You might need to just refresh the page or whatever.
Summit journey, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Oh well, this goes back 3 years. So yeah, first cold start solutions for new users.
Thanks. I mean,
Integrating CB reviews and ratings. I think we have done that to a fairly good amount.
okay. Can you edit this document and take the things out? And then, actually, let's forget the whiteboard. Let's just edit the things on the document.
Sure.
Your own notes?
Do you think we need integrating this in any more places off the top of your head?
What, sorry?
See, critic brains reviews or ratings in listen brains. Is there any other place left?
I think we're pretty good for now.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Sharing options for social media. I think you added open graph tags. So, and we do have sharing buttons.
I think this is more for widgets.
Oh,
and
well, we have that.
make it a little bit easier to find the album grids and other stuff that's more nice to share.
And
So some progress is ongoing with that. The widgets, I wouldn't say they're finished, but there's widgets out. The problem is that they're hard to find currently. So a
you
lot of
mean-
it is surfacing stuff that we've done, finalizing it, and then making it easier for users to find and use.
Okay.
Same thing for the art creator. We've got it in the beta section at the bottom of the explore page, but it's actually pretty good. So we should probably
Yeah.
decide if we want to do anything on it towards finalization, or just say it's good enough and surface it other places on the website.
Makes sense. Ask for feedback about to share about LP.
To share about it.
To share.
To share? Do you?
I don't know what that's.
Let's just cut it off.
Let's just remove it. I don't know what that is.
Then we have user retention priorities. I think we have done this. We changed the home page to default to the user page.
Yes.
So I think this should be done.
There's one super important topic for user retention, which is the whole OAuth thing.
The OAuth thing. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Single accounts is.
But it doesn't need to go on this list.
I, if I may, that was one, and the second one was importing Spotify history, and that's now.
Yep, that's the first task.
Those were the two biggest user retention issues that we had.
Yep. So the file importers one can be cut. OAuth and login through MEB. So we actually have that. So ListenBrainz now logs in through MEB. The thing about OAuth that is pending is migrating the user data from MusicBrainz to MetaBrainz so that the whole flow is now simpler. Currently you are redirected from ListenBrainz to MusicBrainz to MetaBrainz back to ListenBrainz.
Right.
So yeah.
We just need one OP, not 2 or 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
So
that topic item number 2 can go, right?
yep. We can cut that. The second one as well. Improve onboarding. Do you think the home pages are enough for that, or like?
That's
Do
a
you-
good point.
No, the onboarding, I mean, yes in a way, but like first timers experience for me is about
Cold start?
getting, well, not so much cold start, but like you imported stuff, generate a playlist that generates some stats, instant stats playlist stuff.
Okay. So that's cool.
That's,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
one-
Let's keep home
that's one
pages.
aspect of it. The other is making it clear to users that they have to wait and how long. So we're sort of working on that. But
I mean, ideally, Kartik now has a setup where we can generate some instant things. So if we
Yep.
need to generate an instant playlist when the user finishes, say, like, that would be much better than
yeah,
having to
that will
explain
be,
it.
that will be much
Because they will look at their playlists, they will not read any notices we put up.
Right.
No matter what we do, they won't read them. Like,
If
oh,
we-
where's
if we
my
have something-
recommendations? I imported them 7 seconds ago.
Yeah.
If we know that it's in progress, even just showing we're generating come back in 5 minutes is
Yeah.
ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, then they still get emailed like, I didn't get anything.
And
Okay. Possibly a stupid question because I haven't been familiar with this. It sounds like it's going more towards like a message queue based sort of thing rather than relying on batch jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing both, but yes.
Cool.
There's gonna be, the plan is that we have a batch pipeline for all regular users, but we're leaving a bit of capacity open for instantaneous users coming in. They also need to get queued, but the queues are just, we'll handle you in a minute, rather than statistics will be generated next midnight for you, and then playlists will be generated on
Or yeah, we could do that, or like if we want a simpler way, like we could just have one server that only handles instantaneous requests.
Yeah.
That and there are 5 servers that handle the batch jobs.
Yeah.
So the home pages are done.
There's one more thing for improving onboarding, which I think we're not very clear on. We've got this page of like, here's a million tools you can use to send data to ListenBrainz or listen to music or which is great if you're looking for that.
What we could do is
if I may finish.
Yes.
What we need is easy. Hey, new user, which service to listen to music do you need? Do you use Spotify? Good. Click here. Here's how you get your history from Spotify, and then click and go to this page.
Yep.
Import it, and then go to this page, and you'll get a playlist. And have a really simple click wizard that takes you through the million options that we have, so that users can get in real quick.
Yeah,
Yep.
and also just a nitpick, but like adding on the OAuth integration too, so we get their ongoing listens as well. Because you just mentioned the.
So-
Yeah.
So
if you're using Spotify, click here to sign in. It'll start importing from your past 50, and then click here to get your entire history, and go and do this. But it's a complex process.
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah.
Not
So
obvious.
what we could do at least is like when we select the service, like say if they have selected Spotify, we could list the 3 options we have for Spotify. Like we have 2, but like whatever options we have. If they say they are using a local player, this is the option for your local player. If we don't have one, like here's an all page, maybe go and see if you find something.
Yeah.
But yeah, cool. So
Uh,
so a drop down to wizard to select.
Yeah, I'm actually taking notes of the other.
Cool. Anything else about onboarding?
Well, I think that would be great.
Okay.
That would cover like 80%, 90% of what we really need.
Makes sense. So we can home pages, monkey. Anything else on home
Yeah, I
pages?
think that's
I think
pretty
that's
good.
done.
Actually.
Cool.
That's done. Mapping improvements obviously not done, but well underway, so let's just leave the topic there.
Yep.
Notifications is also ongoing, let's leave it.
Yeah.
Consolidate artist similarity, LB radio, and other existing feature. Well, consolidate artist similarity. Is this about the data sets?
Well, if it's about the data sets, we do have all the data sets under common APIs and a common database.
We still need to dump them.
Yeah, we might already be. I'll have to check.
Okay, but yeah, but everything is updating MLHD.
Unless the cluster breaks down, it is.
Okay.
And it
So
was actually
we're
proven.
doing artist similarity and recording similarity. Okay.
And
What-
popularity.
What do I have to do to get release similarity?
I think I already have some part of the code.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not more than a day's job.
Okay, so let's, just finishing that up before the end of the year, we're going to be really happy.
Cool.
That would be really good. The next topic is...
The art creator one should go in a different one, I think. No?
This is about consolidating other existing features.
Okay.
Yeah, the art creator, please get it out of beta. I mean, is the UI sufficient to...
I think it's sufficient.
Then take the
We have
beta tag
potential
off.
improvements and things
Okay.
we wanted to add, but
Right.
I think it's...
So
I
let's-
mean, to be fair, the MetaBrainz API was in beta until like 2017 or something.
Yeah, a long time. And I wasn't quite ready to take the beta label off just because, at the time beta labels were cool.
Yep. So stats on demand. That's again instant stats playlists.
Yeah, that's done.
And Spark cluster expansion is done.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Now we need to do Spark cluster reliability.
Yeah. Yeah, change it to Spark cluster reliability.
Yeah.
No, I went back to expansion. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. So.
That's in demand.
That's on demand, you're saying...
Instant stats. Oh, okay, okay. So one thing is basically the system that I have created. I mean, we need to finalize some of the details still, but basically, you sort of have stats on demand. Like a user can say that generate this statistic for me right now, and it's not just that. Okay, give me last year's statistics. The user can specify, give me 2016 statistics for my lessons.
Mm-hmm.
So, and a specific subset of this will be that, my lessons are imported, so will automatically trigger an on-demand stats generation. So basically, the instant stats is a subset of stats on demand.
Right. Those are, so instant stat, if I understand correctly, instant stat is automatic.
Yeah,
so
it automatically triggers
some user actions to trigger.
Yeah. But if
I think as a first step, that's ideal because
Yep.
we remove user frustration.
Yep. So what the system has currently is like almost 75 to 80% of instant stats it's done. For stats on demand, the thing you need is how do you surface it on the UI?
Yeah.
And there's a few other considerations like when do we delete that data, because the instant stats, they'll get refreshed regularly, they'll update, they'll delete. The other on-demand ones, we need to figure out the deletion and retention, etc. Yep. So do we think there are any other new tasks that we should add, or like should
Yes.
Moods.
So, it moves, yes.
moods are actually in the list somewhere down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's bring it up then.
That's on projects
The rest of the
that we hold.
document needs to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that's gotten done that needs to be cleaned up.
So okay, task fitting member monkey. We have
Yeah.
LB radio interface, LB radio buttons everywhere.
Right, so that's that needs to be done. The LB radio buttons everywhere. We've started surfacing some of those.
Yes.
When you say you want to clean it up, I think you're having just new tasks and then just collide all of them together.
We'll just delete the
done,
thing. Yeah. Can someone delete like so everything above 8 is already done, right? So we can delete 1 to 7.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
What if it's lined off? It's done, so you can delete it.
The art generator we do.
That's been on the list, and we don't really have a clear understanding of what's missing. So I think
Let's get rid of it.
saying
Get rid of it.
V1's ready, and
Just
Yeah, that's fine.
Simon was commenting that about the OAuth thing that Mark has done, but he left a note saying that this seems to need a lot of work. His friends and family will drop off like flies when signing up or trying to log in.
That is what I was mentioning. That is the other aspect of work that is pending.
Okay.
But that is not part of ListenBrainz. That work needs to be done in the MetaBrainz
MetaBrainz
Summit.
page, sure.
so one part of it is done, but the user-facing part not yet.
Okay, I have new things.
Let's just get rid of all the things and then we add new ones. Can someone delete 127?
Yeah, monkeys on it.
The second now, are any settings pending for Brainz Player?
Or what?
The Brainz Player settings part 2.
Yeah, someone's interested in working on that. I saw on the tickets. So
Okay, cool. Let's get rid of the third one, the
Yeah.
support page. Then we have, okay, yeah, 127 again. Album aware search, okay, that's in the work.
I mean, we need to define whether that's something we want to do or not. Needs discussion.
Okay. Do not recommend. We actually don't use that data anywhere. Do we?
I really want to actually finish implementing that, right?
Okay.
Not necessarily ready to do that just yet. Let's leave it there, but let's move on.
Okay.
It'll be useful very soon.
Okay.
I can make the ticket.
We have tickets for most of this stuff.
Yeah.
So 3A can go.
I mean, these are all the statistics that we have on the tickets page.
Okay.
We just noted everything down.
Makes sense. So yeah, let's just remove the ones that are done.
Yeah.
Okay. Homepage is done. Bootstrap upgrade is done. So okay, yeah, this is almost done. Okay, yeah, we are now here. So metadata viewer. Yep. Okay, we can metadata review. Your first part is done. I'll see below what the improvements are. What again? Yeah, the general implementation is done. We need to discuss user migration. So similar artists recordings. This is done. This except similar releases. We can get rid of it all of it. This. The next one as well. Yeah, this one can go as well. For SoundCloud, yeah, LB radio integration. Okay, that's
that
it.
needs to be done.
Okay, yeah, the A part can go. Last listen data for all users. So we have this data on Spark, but we want to show this data on the website as well.
Yeah, it needs to be on demand.
Okay, yeah. Improve data pipelines with low latency.
Yeah, that's obviously it still needs to be done, and but that's very much after the mapper.
Yep.
The way I'm constructing the new mapper, I'll talk more about it in detail
Okay.
later, but it's capable of being instantaneously updated or incrementally updated.
Makes sense. Okay. MBID mapping improvements. Okay. So we can get rid of the A and C.
Yeah, this is done.
Okay.
Actually, go back up, scroll down. Yeah. So a bit further down, there's a integrate metadata cleaner that can go. Because
slightly up with that.
Sorry. Yeah, this one.
integrate, yeah, because that can go because it's part of the new mapper.
Okay.
I mean, I may need to get your help to port these all of the regex to C++.
And yeah, we need monitoring. ListenBrainz local. Do you allow multiple subsonic services?
That's done.
Okay, yeah. 2A can go.
Improve UI, look and feel. Actually, pretty much all of those can go. I mean, that's just a project in continue on with.
Okay.
Um,
PPM.
Yeah, and BPM. Just delete it. Just delete it. I'm sick
Okay.
of it. We had another guy, he was just like, you know, was like, I'm gonna go write this stuff for you, blah, 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 and then,
Yeah, and
I was like, can you just like, you know, give me $20,000 for an AI? I'm like, what? We're a nonprofit, dude. So, and he's just like, oh, I can't deal working with you guys don't use threaded chats and so forth, and he just disappeared. So I'm done with it, fuck BPM data.
Festival feature?
Yeah, festival feature.
Because that's something that could be interesting for.
That should actually be a breakout session.
I agree. I think it's something that aims towards supporting artists in a way that
Yeah.
that the other stuff we do
I
doesn't
think
necessarily do.
And there's, again, so judging sort of by what people perceive as demand in the music industry, I see a lot of people doing recommendation startups, and I see a lot of people doing event startups. So, and events, you know, haven't been served since Last FM kind of went away, or kind of started sucking, because it used to be the premier place to find events, right? We need to put that kind of energy in to be able to get there too, and if we have festival features, I think that would help a lot. So let's add a breakout session for festival features.
Okay. Mobile apps. Do we have a download page for that, or do we still need one?
We don't. Well, it's in that one about page where we have the list of tools to send music to ListenBrainz, but that's the only place it appears in that page.
Okay, let's leave it for now, and we can later discuss with Just here.
Huh?
Are we added to the homepage?
I don't think we have it to the homepage.
Did we do it?
I would rather not have it on the home page, but maybe in the footer, because the app is not updated at the same time as the website, so they will never be feature parity, so it can lead to a wrong impression. So yeah. Okay, this is done. Artist similarity is done. The last listen data for all users. That one. Okay, yeah, but we have it. Yeah, this whole can be removed, even the first one.
Yeah, the whole section could go.
Yeah, the email notifications. That's ongoing, but we have.
Yeah, that's fine. That
Yeah,
could
this
go.
can go. MetaBrainz notification system.
Yeah, that's coming.
Yeah, let's keep this for details.
Yeah, I think the rest is just more details on the roadmap stuff that was about.
Yeah.
Album similarity is still up pending.
Yep. Brains clear. We can remove the stuff that you have done.
Let it be. This tracking stuff.
This one.
Yeah, just keep this stuff for now.
Okay. Stats pages. Okay. Fresh releases are done. This can go.
Good.
Album pages. Yeah, we can get rid of a lot of stuff here.
Actually, the entire
Oh.
that's calculated from ListenBrainz data set.
We do have stats calculated from listen
Really
release.
stats, yeah.
Well, we don't have evolution of listens through time.
Yeah.
Similar albums is coming, yeah. Add reviews from CB and
Yeah,
pins.
that's done.
Okay. We did artist, art, endpoint, yeah, that's done. Album top listeners done. Okay. Metadata viewer.
I think the plan for this is to basically aim to retire it, or replace it, I should say, with the mobile website music player. Looks really great, and the idea is to extend it so that you can use that to display what you're currently listening to. So
Okay.
basically replace that page with a better Brainz player integration.
Sure.
Good. And then we need to actually release the metadata viewer and put it up for download and so forth, rather than hiding it.
So do we keep this or get rid of this one?
Well, what Monkey just said, so we keep it. So we
Keep it.
basically use a new page rather than the page we have now.
Okay. SPA is done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And server-side rendering, I think we decided that
Not to do.
probably not necessary.
Okay. Moods, well, on hold.
Moods we discussed.
BPM.
Arousal and valence, that's the scale.
Yeah.
Sorry. How clear is that? Is your music arousing?
Just delete the BPM section. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, nothing in Picard.
I've got PTSD from the BPM shit.
Okay, we are all done cleaning up.
Got BTSD.
Okay, I have new things to throw onto the list.
Can say the track is 1 BPM because a lot of music changes the BPM throughout the track.
Yeah.
The problem is very difficult.
Yeah.
And I just, it's a machine learning problem, and all these machine learning people are like, I want to do machine learning stuff. I'm gone. Bye, see you later.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Spotify happens to have both the money and time to throw at doing their own BPM calculations, but we have neither.
I mean, they have BPM calculations, and they're buggy.
That's
It's
true.
really
Also.
difficult.
Yeah.
So, and they're locking all of their data sets down because they're being scraped for API, so no API. I mean, the number of people that I've gotten this year that's like, yeah, I'm glad you guys are here because Spotify just basically killed my project.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Without any sort of notifications. So, okay, fresh releases playlist,
Fresh releases playlist.
seed recording playlist.
Where did I write?
You went in 2024.
Karthik, can scroll down.
Say that again,
Oh,
please.
it's there.
Can scroll down.
Scroll down.
Up. You're writing it here.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Seed recording playlist. So give it a seed recording, make it playlist. A playlist import and export engine based on new Mapper technology that really does all the right things with diacritics and yada 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 yada. And one recording some missed out on. So this is similar to missed tracks in GIM, but on a weekly basis.
No, sorry.
So those are the things I've got.
Okay.
What? We're not jumping all over each other for adding more features?
It's been
Whoa.
it's been a very feature-rich year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I got only one question. When is the Navitrome integration coming? You said it's already online. It's not
Yep.
yet.
Isn't it a
Yes.
merged monkey?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's
It's
deployed.
merged.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't see it.
it's in Brains Player.
Yeah. You need to go to the settings
Settings.
Yeah,
and then connect services.
yeah.
And
Scroll down.
it
Is
should
it
be
there
the second
now?
last or last one.
Maybe it's not deployed.
It's actually
It's Funkwell is, but Naviderm is not.
no. So so
it's,
the
it's merged but not deployed.
no. I think there's
Oh,
a
there it is.
there's a UI bug.
No, there's only Frankfurt. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
No, Navitrome.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll deploy it then.
Not yet merged, not yet deployed.
So it's actually there. If you go into the Brains Clear settings, there's a UI bug.
Yeah.
Which is?
Yeah, you can't see Naviderm there, but like you see an empty thing.
Yeah.
But it's
Oh,
also
maybe
only-
it's deployed on test.
It's only us because
Yeah. Okay.
it's only us because we added the source while testing.
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah.
it
Okay. Cool.
doesn't-
Yeah.
It's also not in connected services, not in the.
Yep. Makes sense. Okay. That and
I guess it's down there, but it's the metadata viewer / Brains Player merging.
well, there are lots of things about stats reliability that I need to work on. One is handling remapping. Another is like the general reliability of the cluster. And yep.
Actually, another question. Not sure if this is a known issue or something. I recently noticed when you have your love tracks and you those are always about recording ID, right? And when the recording IDs get merged on MusicBrainz, you have basically a list of old recording IDs as your loved songs, if you're requested by API, for example, from MusicBrainz, and they don't have any metadata anymore.
Okay.
So you need to, if you actually want to know which song it is, you would need to resolve it. You need to ask MusicBrainz what new recording ID is it.
So
Is
yeah,
it
yeah,
now
we
issue
can
or-
do that. We can add a service that like periodically refreshes the redirects.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Related to this is, and I'm not sure how to deal with that case, is that the recording is actually removed for
Mm.
some reason.
I mean, in that case, there's not much we
Yeah,
can do.
but probably it should then also be removed from the loved list or something like that. Because then you have basically just a MusicBrainz identifier that doesn't resolve anymore to anything, and you have no idea what it was at all.
Yeah, we keep thinking about keeping some metadata about deleted things, but we have never gotten.
Currently, the API will return no metadata for it at all.
Yeah,
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Just be an empty ID. And if it does redirect, then you could resolve it. Then
Yeah.
that's, I guess, the clean solution. If it was removed, you're basically with a useless.
Yep. So yeah, we can either add it here or like otherwise create a ticket and I'll get to it. We should do the same for pens as well.
Should I create a ticket about that?
Yeah, definitely. And just assign it to me.
So it kind of sounds like MetaBrainz is nearly done.
Yeah. So
I mean,
Just a cool 15 years that we're there.
we'll both friends here this year then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Things continue.
No, for real. I was working on a lot of stuff with MetaBrainz, and now that a bunch of those are done.
well, if lesson brains this time, we can do go and fetch book brains.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, shall we call it done? Or,
Did we also have notifications in this slot?
oh
Yeah.
yeah, but notifications
It's
already
not
mentioned
new.
them.
It's,
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. That's the next session.
Yeah, that's the, yeah. Alright, last call for MetaBrainz items. I mean, I suppose we should go to the community forums and say like, hey, bump on this list, what do you guys want to see in MetaBrainz?
We should just do a new one at this point.
Yeah, okay.
There are a lot of more than 100 or 200 comments on that.
I love
Yeah.
that topic. It's
Yeah,
great.
I used to open that and like sometimes reply or like work on the features, but then there's just too much on there.
Just go there and be like, we're done, right? So we don't need anything else for listen brain. Then just email it.
Yeah, basically.
Maybe just
We
close it until
we could do a
close it
breakout
starting
session
one.
and actually go through it and create tickets.
Yeah,
If
so
you want to.
all the things that come to my mind are like, I know there are small reliability issues in various components. Yeah, so like the SoundCloud metadata cache, that was actually broken for I think 2 months until I noticed it and I restarted it. So like all those metadata caches, like they need to be integrated with Redis. Currently they do the caching in memory, so like when you restart it, it just forgets what it has already processed, and like it will take days on items that have already been processed. So like instead of caching it in memory, it needs to cache in Redis. So yeah, it's like a lot of my a few hours work at various places, but nothing major. There's one more thing that like once, but I guess that's part of OAuth. So like once OAuth is done, we should like have we need to define various scopes in ListenBrainz so that users can create tokens and like use them specific tokens for various stuff they want to do instead of the all-powerful API token.
Yeah, 100%. Especially if we want more integration with other systems.
Yeah.
Also, just wanted to suggest a correction, because didn't you say you wanted to store cache, metadata caches should store their data in Redis instead of
That's
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
That's-
cool, I'll
Yeah.
accept
That
my,
is correct.
I cannot accept my own suggestion.
Yes.
I think we're good.
All good? Thank you. Do we need a chocolate break or notifications shouldn't be too long, maybe 10 minutes.
I'm up for taking a drink myself.
Okay. All right. So on notifications, what I'm
I'll be
mostly
back in a minute.
doesn't like
It
notifications.
doesn't like us anymore.
Yeah, okay.
I have a question or a comment, or I linked it to ListenBrainz. In the chat, and this person, Yoma12, said WDROM is on test ListenBrainz.
It wasn't tested until this
Docs
morning.
will only
May I
show
remove that?
Google Docs rather than Slides.
Okay.
This
so
is
yes,
still logged
it's,
into you, okay, good.
Here, you know what?
Share the doc.
I linked them, because this is ListenBrainz chat, so I thought maybe they would like it.
Boom, now it's on test again. If you want to test,
That was quick.
fill it.
Ah, it's on test
I'll
again.
put it back on test. I'll
Perfect,
also if you want to
perfect.
test.
I will check.
Okay. ListenBrainz notification system. I mostly want to just explain what the concept is and what we're really doing with it, because people have asked questions about it. So the idea is, as you might have in Google, there's a notification thing at the top, and other sites have this too. They have notifications and the notification bell at the top. And if you go to a Google site, you're always going to get the same notification bell. I want to be able to do the same thing for us, right? So if somebody has if somebody goes to BookBrainz, they should see that notification bar. They go to ListenBrainz, it sees the same notification bar. It's up to us to decide how we really want to implement this. Should a user be able to read their BookBrainz notifications in ListenBrainz? Probably, right? But the notification system is the general engine that underpins all of this. Yes?
Yes, I was thinking exactly like Wikipedia does, where they have a notification about something from a different language, and you can see it, but you can also just go directly to the different language and see it there.
Okay, cool. So we have implemented, as the Summit project, the entire backend for this, and it lives in MetaBrainz, right? So it's not deployed, it still needs the OAuth work to be finished, but the idea is that there is an internal only, and it's limited by an OAuth scope, to basically allow all of the projects to, basically send notifications. So the whole thing is pretty much done. Though, and it was Fettuccine who worked on the project over the summer, did a very good job. And then he said, hey, I need to do an internship. And can I do the internship with you guys, right? And then we came up with a list, another document, where he basically says like, okay, this is incomplete, that's incomplete. And so for instance, he suggests the next steps. So to basically integrate with your work from last year, the MD mail service, to integrate that properly. And then add a notification settings endpoint, implement the HTML notifications in ListenBrainz. So the scope of the project this year so far was to basically build a notification backend, right? And now he's saying, let's go implement that into actual ListenBrainz, and then also into BookBrainz. Given the nature of MusicBrainz, we haven't, that didn't make it onto this list, so we need to figure out what we want to do with MusicBrainz. But the idea, where I'll need help, or where Fettuccine needs help, is to design what this is going to look like, right? What is the UI on this? And I don't know if this is something that we ask for Simon, or if this is something that Monkey and Anj want to try and tackle.
Okay, on those traits.
Sorry?
Why not all three?
Possibly.
I would suggest that we do a first pass and then get Simon's feedback.
Okay.
Unless Simon thinks otherwise. We've been doing that for a couple of things, and that works well as a dynamic between the three of us.
Okay. Which one of you would like to tackle doing a first cut?
We can do it together.
We can do it together.
Okay. So yeah, that's something that would be ideal to get going in the next few weeks, because we haven't set a start date for his internship yet, but he needs to be able to work on these things. But he's got a couple of tasks. No, I guess he's proposing He's proposing starting September 22nd, so the actual implementations for things wouldn't come until October, so having something by October would be really good.
Just thinking like, but like, I understand that it will be pretty separate from what he's doing, right? So like, basically there's an implementation detail of how we'll show it in the front end. So like, he can have whatever
Well, I mean, the goal.
in between ugly thing, make it work, and then we kind of replace it with a prettier version of notification.
No, I mean, the way these guys have been working is they make a mock-up and then show it to Simon, and Simon tells them how to fix it, and then we deploy it.
I mean, sure. I'm just thinking in case we don't manage to get it all before the
Yeah, no,
implementation needs to happen.
It should be fine. I mean, Fettuccine is really quite on top of it. He was a very good contributor this year.
Okay.
When I got lucky, I didn't have to do any hand holding.
What?
He was really on point. Fettuccine.
When does it start? His,
I mean, he's proposing to start on, well, next week after the summit.
Okay.
But he's got back end stuff, and I mean, that start date is proposed. So we might just simply say October 1st will be the start date, right? Does anybody have any questions on the notifications? Because I had a lot of sort of uncertain looks and questions about the notifications.
No, I just want input on how it looks on the website and the access. I just have comments to it. That's all.
Okay.
If anyone wants to listen to me.
So like, I understand that the notifications as they're implemented now are one-way notifications. So it's only for MusicBrainz or like MetaBrainz
Yes.
projects telling people things.
System-
They're not implementing messaging.
Yeah, that's
Correct.
what I was wanted to know. Also,
System. Go on. Go ahead.
like edit notes, review notes,
Yeah.
interpersonal
So, like,
communication.
No,
that's
not
it.
interpersonal.
Okay.
Not that.
But like, would it be, for example, be able to notify people like you got a new edit note on this edit
Yes.
or things like that?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It is system to human notifications, not human to human notifications.
When one of the systems is displaying the notifications, can this decide to see the notifications from one of the other systems, or is it?
That's what I was asking earlier, and we haven't quite decided that yet, but I kind of think it makes sense, right?
Sometimes maybe yes, yeah.
Because if you book Brains and then you see it's like, oh, I got a notification on Listen Brains, right? It raises the notification awareness, so I think we should just be able to see all the notifications.
Yeah,
every-
see,
I was
Yeah.
just thinking maybe if maybe even in Picard it might be useful to display the notifications
Yeah, sure,
for a user.
sure,
maybe
right.
Someone wants to see.
Lucky?
Yeah, I wonder if Picard is overreaching, but I think generally trying to have something that's discrete, which shows, hey, you also have notification from this project. If the only thing it does is open that project on the side, I think that's also okay. So
So,
let's say, for example, you're on MusicBrainz, you have a thing that says, hey, you have notification from BookBrainz. Clicking that opens BookBrainz instead of trying to show you the BookBrainz notifications.
Yeah, I mean, I think should be able to read them anywhere we want.
so
That's
one
my
of the,
opinion.
so two things. One thing about the Picard comment, we could, well, if a user logs into Picard and using OAuth, we could have a OAuth scope to add notifications. So only logged in users could see their notification directly in Picard as well. And the second thing about the cross-project notifications, I'm wondering if we should add a column to the notification to like have a final link. Like if you click on this notification from a different project, that is the link that should open instead of like just the home page.
Like if somebody commented on your edit, a link to the edit.
Sure.
Yeah, I kind of treated that as that's just content,
Yeah, that's,
right? That's not, that doesn't need to be part of the notification system.
Oh, okay. So you would store the hyperlink in the notification itself.
Yes.
yeah. I
So
think
if the user clicks the hyperlink, then they would go to the next page, but otherwise clicking the notification would do nothing.
I think that sounds about right.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, Monkey and Anj will need to go through this and look at the implementation of the back end, and then see how and what to expose the features to the user, which will then bring about more questions. Anj and then Leo.
What type of notifications are you planning to show on Listen Brains?
You got recommended a track, your shit got disconnected, somebody run a new playlist.
Your wiki playlist is here.
I mean, the thing is, it's not, so far the scope of this project hasn't even been to figure out what the notifications to send, right? Like, that'll be the last sort of thing. But that's a very good question as to ask, like, to what point do we send notifications for things, right? And we also have the concept of an important notification versus a non-important notification. right? An important notification is going to get mailed to you immediately, regardless, right? This is your service just got disconnected, we're no longer listening to things, we're not recording your listens, your account is blocked, those sorts of things. Those are immediate notifications that get sent immediately. And that means they will not go, they will go in the digest, but they will skip the digest. They will just be sent immediately. So you can't turn those off. Those are important, right? But that's going to be really only for a handful of things, like one or two things, right? Everything else is going to be a notification. So if somebody recommends a track, there's a new playlist generated. We need to work all those things out. What is an appropriate level of notification? And people will tell us that, right?
New releases.
And yeah, new releases. I mean, there's so many things like the social feed has got a bunch of things, right? The notifications that I think are an absolutely essential element for drawing more users in, right? Because a user can come right now and come to ListenBrainz, and they will never hear from us again, right? And you know, what kind of shitty social network is that, right? So what we need to do is we need to, obviously we don't want to spam people, we need to give people, this is another thing we need to think about in the settings of each one of the projects. You're setting a notification, and people need to be able to say, it's like, yay, nay, yay, nay, on these notifications, right? And we need to do it better than some of these other things where like, hey, you know, Meetup sends you notifications, like, oh, you don't want these notifications? Okay, off, 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 off. So no dark patterns with the shit, right?
So like, they have comments as well about this specific thing. I mean, that shouldn't be the only way, but I think that still should be a way, right? Like you should be able to, if you get like someone left an edit note, you should be able to say, do not send me more notifications about edit notes, or send me only notifications about edit notes.
Yeah, I mean, that's entirely up to the project to decide.
Sure, but like, so like, how does it work with implementation in the sense like, how easy it is to add a new kind of notification afterwards? Is it trivial?
What you would do is like you would implement it in your project.
Sure.
If you don't want to create a notification, have a preference in your project and don't set that notification to the central API.
Sure.
Sure,
but I mean, like, if for example we decide we want to add a new thing, a new kind of thing that will send notifications, how trivial is it for us to add that?
You just need to call an API.
Okay, so basically nothing has to happen in the actual
No,
notification system, that's all on our side.
No, it's really not that simple yet. And Jade is jumping into this, right?
Yeah.
Because MusicBrainz has a notification system that sends really nice template notifications, but they need to be coded in Rust.
Yeah, so it's just a template system, but the thing is, notifications need to be translated. And because of that, the templating has to happen within the notification system or within the email system. So we can update it to make writing the templates easier, but they will still have to be done within the notification system so that it's within the user's language.
So Julian, then Ivan.
Sure. I was going to say, in that case, if it's not already done and I'm just not seeing it, maybe it would be a good idea to try and integrate notification system, mail service, or both to Weblate as appropriate.
So mail is already in Weblate. Mail needs the language setting from MusicBrainz connected up, but mail is currently only MusicBrainz notifications.
So ListenBrainz, the notification system currently, yes, I got you. The notification system currently allows sending plain text HTML pages, plain text email messages, and those don't need to be translated, nothing. You can set that, you can just type, make it happen really quickly. If you want to send HTML ones, you have to follow that entire process, right? And these two are not really well integrated, and I'm not particularly happy about it. We'll need to kind of think about this a little bit further. So, Ivan?
Yeah, generally what Ariel was speaking about, if we have to change the preference for user sending, I think the system we have in MusicBrainz now is historic legacy. Like there are a lot of notifications that people don't want to have, and when the notifications they want to have, they don't have as well. But mostly it's working for most of editors. But it will be a great improvement to have an API, and we can add a selective notification. So that's a great improvement. And about the templating system for mails that we were speaking about, it was a first implementation made in Rust, but there was another idea to develop it further,
Yeah.
to have an API.
Yeah.
So you could use ML, which is a markup language specifically for email, because when you send email, you have to support all the different mail clients, and that's the point of this language. That you could just make your own ML file in ListenBrainz or BookBrainz, and so on,
Yeah.
and upload this file through the API to the mail system. That was the project. It has not been implemented yet, but it was the direction we were going to.
So
Peter?
We do actually have already notifications. If someone leaves a note on your edit, you get a bar up in here that says, someone has left it on your notes. Check this out. How do we integrate, remove, change, modify that compared to this? How does that work?
But that's what they have to basically figure out. I mean, like, I expect once the notification system comes online, like all the weird banner like hacks we have right now will just drop, and we will just use notifications.
That's what I'm saying. He's talking about the important notifications. Maybe
Sure.
we keep that banner thing for the important ones.
I mean, they expect either that or we will have like basically like that we will see, but they would what we mentioned that basically when you open notifications, the important ones always jump to the top anyway, even if they're older and you have read them or something. We'll figure it out, I think.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we're not really ready to talk about project implementation specifics yet. Right, we're still trying to build out the infrastructure and making sure that all the requirements are met for what the projects actually do need. But once that's done, hopefully towards the end of the year, then the projects can look at the actual implementation schedule. Yvonne, then Lucifer.
What project would be the first client for the notification system?
I mean, according to the schedule, I believe it's ListenBrainz.
ListenBrainz is already using. Half of the implementation for ListenBrainz is done.
Yeah, so ListenBrainz, so the schedule he's got is integrating the MD mail service, adding the notification setting endpoints, and then HTML notifications in ListenBrainz, and then in BookBrainz, and currently nothing scheduled in ListenBrainz.
So with this question, since ListenBrainz has to use the authentication system, the MetaBrainz authentication system, maybe this authentication system should be using the notification system as well.
Okay.
Will be a first thing we can make it work without having to put it in production already. Just a solution.
Yeah, so my comment is just about the general implementation, how we connect the MD mail service with the notification system. So we could have like a catch-all template that basically interpolates all of the HTML directly without performing any translations.
Oh.
And yeah, so that's the fallback. If you have
so
if you have a translation, it pulls in the translation. Otherwise, like whatever you have sent it, it just gets interpolated as is.
Yes, that's a good idea. And then the other things in MD mail that haven't been finished, we can probably get Fedicini and could also work with those things.
That's in Rust, so he probably.
I didn't.
That's what?
It's in Rust, right?
Sorry?
So the things that aren't done yet are the things that go into the mail service. So that's in Perl. That's the mail file. The reason I haven't done that yet is because it integrates with some tests.
Well, I mean, that's not going to be needed anymore because we're going to be using the notification service.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
But anyway, no Rust change needs to happen.
No,
It's
but
just pulling into it.
No, but the mail sending service was meant to be used by all the projects.
Yeah.
And so actually, the one we have, the instance we have actually is only for MusicBrainz, but you can easily derivate it and have your own templates instead. That's for action.
Yeah, out of curiosity, like, what is the idea about notifications versus emails? Like, is the idea that basically we would mostly only send emails for important, what we deem important notifications?
No, notifications are emails or digests of email notifications.
Okay, so basically we would basically send the email and an email and pro notification on the website, kind of like as an equivalent thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Monkey, then Lucifer.
Regarding the UI elements for the web pages, I think maybe we can try, correct me if I'm wrong, but we can try and implement it in the design system because we have this design system where we could potentially reuse components.
Yeah.
No,
Because the implementation would be different in MusicBrainz than music.
that's what we need. That we would want to check and make sure. Because if we could reuse the components directly and have those separately, it'd be easier to.
Could you create a library, put it on NPM and then use it through
That's
NPM?
the design system.
Is the design system already on NPM?
I mean,
It's
you
like
can
GitHub
install
at
from
least.
Git. You can install from
Okay.
Git.
We have a couple of problems there, like Bootstrap 5, listen and use Bootstrap 5, MusicBrainz you don't have to use Bootstrap at all. So we need to,
I don't know if that would be a problem, but we can check.
but we need to keep those things in mind.
Yeah, definitely. That and TypeScript versus Fill. But
Yeah,
I think you should be able to
that's amazing.
explore the right type of components with the CSS pack. in
Yeah.
there. Ideally, that's what we would do so that we can reuse the components and import it, use it.
Yes, and a quick expansion from previous question, like, would it be possible at all with current implementation to have like, for example, like mail me a digest that show them,
Could
show
you,
me the
could you
stuff.
actually read the document? Because everything you're asking is in the
Okay,
document.
everything's canon right.
Yeah, just read the document, please. You know?
Just to confirm what Ansh was saying, I discussed with Stefan that Monkey, what you were suggesting was the original direction for the design system, but actually there are too many implementation difference in implementation at the moment between different projects. MusicBrainz is not using Bootstrap yet, and the TypeScript probably never. So we don't know exactly what level you can share, but at least you can share the style sheet. Yeah, the style sheet. And yeah, so many data. So it makes sense to have something in the design system, but it won't be all of the implementation.
I wonder, maybe if we can do JSX plus a CSS file with all the styles you need, maybe that works for everybody.
I think we should really close now because we're losing most of the group. If like we could just have a quick chat to finish it out here.
Can
just
someone
for
share
the
a
others.
link to the document on the chat?
Yeah, okay, I will do that. Just stop asking questions.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, let's be done with this session. Notifications done, and this session is done. Let's take a break for I don't know 15 minutes, and then we'll come back, and then we actually need to have a discussion about what sessions come next. Let's schedule them. So let's schedule out the rest of the event in 15 minutes time.
So 5-minute chocolate break, yeah?
Well, I mean 15 minutes. So
5 minutes. Yeah.
And, very high quality code. It was all generated with a AI tool, the assistant of an AI tool. But he also understands the code. He cares about code readability. He's very reactive to all the requests we had. We had one. This was a huge discussion. He was involved.
There's one with 280 comments. So
Yeah.
that's very active discussion about a big PR, and the guy is very reactive and implementing suggestions. So basically the AI part is not much an issue, but perhaps on the abstraction level, nothing like that.
Yep. I think that, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, and the question we had together is the time we need to review this huge amount of code, which is mainly good. I mean, most of the code looks perfect, it looks good, it makes perfect sense. Sometimes there's few level of abstraction we would not have done because it was too much work for a human that AI and all the other field where we have like question is unit tests because they are generated by AI and very complete, like they cover totally all the case, something like that, but they are hard to review because it's a lot of code. So it's like it's difficult to have a position.
Yeah, and also the general idea to have an understanding what we as a community accept in this regard, what we expect from such contributions. Do we have anything that we need to consider? Are there any concerns we should take care? And do we have a unified stance on that?
Well, so now that you set that stage,
And just one thing, there was a question about the traceability of AI-generated code in relation in license or thing like that, because the question is whether the code is
okay.
under this
AI,
license.
so AI licenses. So we've got general AI PRs, and we have AI licenses. What are the topics? We're just collecting topics now.
Which AI do we use? And how does that relate to what we accept from others and not?
Okay.
That's a separate topic already.
No,
Working with the
I'm not saying tips and tricks between each other, but like if you're using some AI for something and I'm using some AI for something, turning around and saying contributors who can't use AI is
okay, okay.
how
Got it.
do you say, hypocritical, and we need to define what's acceptable and what not.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say what he said. He had used AI as a help, but he knows what to do. This guy you were talking about, the first one, no, the second one, still didn't know what he was doing. I think for all AI, we need to define it specifically. Okay, you can use AI, but you need to be able to use AI as a tool, not as the AI writing it for you.
But
you
let's
can still be
gather,
able to do it yourself. It's just that you use AI as a shortcut because you know what you're doing.
But let's gather the topics first. and then
Gathering
we
topics.
more exactly.
More topics?
Yeah, just re-upping something that was discussed in the Picard Matrix room, copyrightability of AI-generated or assisted code.
Okay. Yeah, that's AI and copyright. Monkey, the topic you wanted to bring up, what was that?
What do we accept for ourselves versus
AI,
what we accept from
AI for our team.
Well, I guess same message for our team and for contributors.
Okay. Any other topics on AI?
Like that should probably be discussion about like at some point I'm pretty sure I'm probably not very far people are going to start literally basically using AI to submit stuff to MetaBrainz and other projects. Do we care about that? And then we have the much more wide AI issues of do we care about
Right. So that's
AI generated.
So now we're talking about AI in the context of MetaBrainz.
Well, AI in the context of like users using AI rather than developers using AI, like that's a very different discussion. So
Yeah, I mean,
might not
that-
fit
that-
together.
That's the same thing as AI and PRs to me, right? Because like Philip pretty much already made it very clear how this should go, at least in my opinion. So other topics.
Bob has said, concerned with AI not understanding the user or UI.
Sorry.
That's what Bob has said.
Concern with AI not understanding the user, yeah, it doesn't understand the UI or the user. It just simply doesn't.
Doesn't understand.
Okay, so my take on the AI, and I think Philip caught it really well, is that AI is a great tool to make an engineer faster, right? That's what I really learned. And if you're a competent engineer and you direct an AI, you can make your work much faster. If you're an end user who doesn't know how to do engineering work and you use AI, you will produce crap, right? It's really as simple as that. So, and you know, we've successfully deployed some AI work that I did with the CIA backup, and it's working fine, right? But that's because there's somebody behind it, and Philip also outlined, like, yeah, one person is very clear that, you know, they got a bunch of stuff done. They said they used AI, we reviewed it, but they knew what they were doing. They're looking for code readability, right? So I think fundamentally for us, almost nothing changes for the perspective of AI and PRs, right? We still need to have readable code. It needs to make sense. If we ask the question from it and the user can't answer the question, probably reject the PR, is sort of my thinking, right? That's my gut feeling on that. What do you guys think? Rio, then Julian?
I'm so thinking, so definitely Rio first.
Sure.
Yeah, like, I mean, like in that sense, like, that should be a bare minimum, obviously, like, in the same way, like, if someone sends a PR and the code is not theirs and they don't know what they're doing, that we don't care if it was AI writing it or if it was their friend, we should still be able, they should still be able to react to it. I do have more, like, I'm basically an AI ludite, so I mean, I do have, like, a lot of worries about AI in general and, like, the point to which, like the point where any of this code is actually legally usable under our licenses and a lot of other things. Yes, like other than that, like, I mean, I guess the point, my question I would have is like, what are we talking about when we're talking about AI assisted code? Because I mean, that could mean you are using VS Code and it suggests some things as you type, which seems fine to me. That could mean you are asking ChatGPT to write something and you fix it a little bit, which seems a bit less fine to me. So I'm not sure, like, what are we talking about?
Fine and not fine, in my opinion, is not really like, how did you come about this? I don't really give a fuck how you came about this, right? Can you stand by your code? Can you fix your code? Can you talk about your code? I think those are really the most important things in my opinion.
Yeah.
Julian?
Still
thinking?
Yeah.
Philip, then Anj?
I very much agree with what you said in the last sentences. But also, yeah, there are the different levels how I can use it, right? If it's just maybe using auto-completion and it generates me 1, 2, 3 lines of code, I mean, then for me it's not a topic at all. It's not much more different than auto-completion.
That's Stack Overflow, basically.
In the case we had here, also in the positive case, it was clearly a case where you were using AI assistant in a more complex way, integrated into your IDE, but also having a conversation with it to generate new parts of the code and then working together with it. That's the more complex case. And I think from a purely technical perspective, I fully agree. As long as the user doing that is still in control and it's not the AI controlling the user, then it's okay to have this, the code in the end must be the right quality. That's important.
I think what Zaz kind of alluded to a minute ago, that is a potential problem here, is if there's a huge PR and there's a lot of stuff that's being done, right? And you can look at it as it's like, yeah, a lot of this stuff is great, it's fine, it's not a problem, but like it's tedious to go through, right? Yeah. So I think fundamentally we should still have the same idea that you can't submit a giant PR. We don't do giant PRs, right? So if you submit a decently sized one, or you come to us and say, hey, I would like to use AI to revamp this thing that's going to make a giant PR, have a conversation with us. If the team says, yeah, we're willing to accept that cleanup PR that's done by AI, great, you go.
That said, this giant PR, for example, is well split in logical commits. So that's a big PR because the new features are complex and things like that. But it's not just one commit, a big one, a big code. It's really, there's a lot of different small commits. Yeah. Everything is very logical, everything is documented. So
And he was also okay with splitting into two
Yeah,
PRs.
yeah,
and,
yeah,
for me, it's just like, okay, if there's a lot of stuff and a lot of stuff is getting done, well, let's spend the time to get through it, right? Because we're getting stuff done, right? So, Julian, Ansh, and
Ansh
then
first.
Lucifer, Ansh?
Yeah. So I think we should set ground rules and declare the GSOC contributors for all the contributors directly, because I mean again, I just have a couple of extensions down there, VS Code Copilot and all those things which I've used down there. I just have to write 2 lines and it writes like 400 lines of code for me, which totally makes sense. And I don't have to give it a prompt specially. It understands the file which I'm creating, understands the file name, and then writes the code. See, either we have like a binary thing, we don't allow AI codes, or we allow complete AI codes. Because you cannot differentiate if it is by just autocomplete, proper Copilot chat, or ChatGPT.
Yeah, I mean, we've already set the policy for GSOC contributors, right? And we said you must disclose your use of AI, because we all agreed that having one rule that says like no AI, that's not really great. Because if somebody says like, I need to write a giant test suite, I won't have time to complete this in my GSOC project, but would you accept a AI generated test suite that we can then get done in my project deadline? I'd be like, yeah. So I don't really think we need to modify the GSOC rule. I think
That's
okay.
contained, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
test
contained, yeah.
But that's one specific topic. That's
Well, yeah.
one way to apply the rule is say, no AI generated code. You may use it for your test suites.
Yeah, I mean, but we didn't say no AI generated code. We said declare your use of AI, right? Because there are really legitimate, I mean, there's a bunch of things like if I need to start a new project, I need to write a new module, I can spend the 3 hours to basically bang this stuff out, or I could write a 2-minute query and have just stuff generated for me that then I fix and bang to what I need, right? There's legitimate use of AI in here. So, Kartik, then Monkey.
Akira and then Monkey.
Yeah, so
Kartik, Akira, Monkey.
what you already covered, like we already have the we should have just the same policy that we have already for GSOC contributors, and other than that, I wanted to add a thing that I'm pretty sure none of them declared, but all of them used AI. I mean, I don't have proof, so I didn't confront them, but like it's just that if you use AI tools, you just know some of the things that this is not. I'm 90% sure this is AI. And based on the quality of the contributions, I could also tell they don't understand what they are completely doing. So, but yeah, that's a separate
I
topic.
mean, I think the rule for us should be if you suspect that there's use of AI, maybe the right thing to do is what's already happened is to simply go in and say like, why did you do that? How did you do that? Why did you choose to do this way? If the answers aren't forthcoming, it's just like, look, I believe you used AI and you didn't disclose AI. Like, this is your last chance to come clean. If you don't come clean in the next 30 seconds, I'm failing you, right? I think it's a totally viable line to take with students, to be honest. Akira, then Monkey?
My point is, we were talking about different AI topics. I have some AI topics, maybe that should be after we
Good.
Yeah. For me specifically about GSOC, the way I see it, I'm not here to review AI generated code. So for GSOC specifically, because we're reviewing code projects from one person over the entire summer, for me that's a no, personally. Which might just mean that I don't take on mentoring projects for GSOC or not directly myself, which is
Or you just state a new
acceptable.
rule that says like, hey, if you're going to be my student, I won't actually accept AI contributions.
Yeah, or I'll accept it for this and not for that. But
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But
Right.
personally, it's what you say. It's like I can say, hey, I don't want
Yeah.
to disclose AI. I know it's gonna be there. I
Yeah.
already know, even saying that there's gonna be some AI parts. I don't want to play whack-a-mole, and I don't really want to review AI code.
Yeah,
I don't mind reviewing AI code in PRs from contributors because that's just part of how things are.
Yeah.
But GSOC students are here to learn how to be developers, and as much as AI tools are part of it, they'll have all the occasions to do that somewhere else.
Good. Jade?
Yeah, linking to that and also to the Picard experience, I think one of the dangers is with AI generated code, it's easy to generate a lot of code without going into depth and thinking about the consequences of everything. and then just submit that to the reviewer and force the reviewer to think about what the consequences of the code.
Yeah.
And that results in a really big asymmetry
Yes.
of the reviewers are just struggling to get anything done.
I mean, I think if you're faced with a PR and it just looks shit, why don't you just say, it's like, hey, I believe this is just AI generated slop, we're not interested
I
in
mean,
it.
it's not even just stuff that looks bad, it's stuff that looks good on the surface, but then you go read through it and it's like there are slight problems.
I mean, this unfortunately is the burden on us to go do this, and but I think Zaz kind of, again, covered it fairly well for me, that there is a longer review period. It takes us a little bit more effort to go through the review, but we're getting a lot more stuff done faster, right? And I think, on the whole, I'm okay with that, right? As long as the reviewers aren't going to get sloppy, right? But I think reviewers, if you smell AI, you should just like strengthen your resolve. You should strengthen your expectations, right? And if somebody is like, hey, I want you to restructure this, I want you to do this, and if they tell AI to restructure it and whatever, and it comes out good at the other end, cool, right? But we must maintain control over what code we accept, and if we suspect AI use, just become a lot more critical. I think that's where we should go. Vardan, then Lucifer.
I think the whole discussion is that we should set like a baseline of like what is a contribution that we should accept as an AI. So if everyone comes on an agreement of like what type of contribution, like how should the AI code look on a PR, and maybe ask a bit more of a documentation, like asking them to explain it properly in the PR process or whatever. If there's a baseline, then maybe it's a bit more acceptable.
But does the
How do you
AI
define
case,
that?
and how does the baseline for AI, does that need to differ for any of our other standards that we have?
I mean, like how do you define the code quality so far? Like how would you?
It's just like the judge said in the United States, I can tell you what pornography is when I look at it, right? And that's
Yeah,
basically,
you know it when you see it.
yeah, you know, yeah, thank you, you know when you see it, and well, he said, I know when I see it,
Yeah.
but it's in the eye of the beholder, right? So it's very much about, where the process of reviewing PRs is going to become a little bit more challenging. Lucifer, then Philip.
And Bob Swift as well.
Bob Swift, okay.
And then me,
I guess Bob can go first.
also, I would like to go at some point in that stack.
Okay.
Bob, then I. Then
Okay,
Philip.
Bob. What's your question, Bob?
He says he has written something I think is very important. He says, the question is what we're trying to accomplish through this song. Are we trying to help the students develop as designers or as AI users? That's a very important point.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we've already defined that, right? We are here to teach our students, right? And we're not interested in reviewing AI where the students aren't learning anything. We already discussed that at the last summit.
Yes.
So that's pretty cut and dry for me, right? But even in that context, there's still space for AI, right? If a student comes to me and says like, hey, can I use AI for this thing so I can get a stretch goal in and so forth, like, if I feel up for it, then fine, right?
Yeah.
It's about transparency, I think, is more important than anything else when it comes to AI.
But the moment you start saying there's a limit, that transparency is going to be gone.
And I think also that's the problem with, if we say like, here's our AI baseline, it basically screams to like, oh, just fucking send us AI, right? Like, it says we're really open to AI, and I think we should really actually continue to advertise ourselves as AI skeptics on the grand scheme of things. And we are willing to accept AI contributions, but they have to be on the level of human contributions. Kartik, then Julia. I think I've got everything, everybody?
Philip, go first.
Philip, Kartik, Julia.
Sure.
Okay,
Sorry.
I just want to say, I think for what the policy said, this requirement that it should be declared that AI was used, I think this is a good thing to do, and I think we could incorporate this into our pull request templates maybe or something.
Yeah, and I think one of the steps that every reviewer should actually get into your brain before you sit down is like, do I detect or smell AI use in this PR? And if the answer is yes, then we should really like raise our standards. Okay, you go. You're saying-
Actually, this is a quick add-on to that, so not from my question. State that AI was used and how it was used would be good.
Yeah.
So this is separate from the bigger thing I want to raise.
Yeah, so about reviewing the AI generated PRs or any big PRs, so I personally, if it's a PR from another team member, I can just directly reach out to them and clarify what I have, or it's more likely that we already discussed that in advance. So like I'm not much skeptical about it. But if I receive a big PR from some outside contributor or like some person I have not interacted with much, even before AI tools were that common, I used to be more skeptical about it and I would review it in more depth. So I think we should just continue to do the same. Like if it's a team member, we can quickly clarify that. But like if it's from outside the team, we need to be more skeptical and we need to ask more questions. And yeah.
Julian.
So still having a bit of trouble kind of wording this and putting it into coherent thought, but I think regardless of if we like this way, I think there's a question of if we let AI through it all, what that might say to some people about say or imply to some people about MetaBrainz' stance on AI, in that we know that there are active negative effects on people, like that their data centers literally poisoning populations, driving up water bills, driving up electricity bills, reducing water, et cetera, and what we know about AI use reducing critical thinking skills in its users, and I think we need to figure out as a group how much, if at all, we are okay with implying at all.
I mean, for me, it's also, we have to consider that we're definitely in an AI bubble, right? And everyone has access to free AI, just as much as you want. In another 6 months, that's going to be a change, right? And you're going to have to pay to go use Copilot. You're not going to get any more free Copilot. Mm-hmm. And then this entire landscape changes yet again. So, Philip, Akira, and Jade.
Okay, that's a very good introduction here, because this is then the other part, right? I earlier said, okay, from a technical point of view, I'm okay with that part. Then comes the other part, that a lot of other free software, open source projects are right out banning AI for various reasons, for reasons you just mentioned. And the general feeling that I'm also feeling uncomfortable with a lot of aspects of the AI, right?
Because we're not just coders putting out products, we are also humans who have stances on things.
Exactly, yeah. And to some degree, I have the feeling we cannot avoid it fully, because it's something that just gets also kind of pushed to us, right? And it's also okay in some degree to use it, and it can be a very, very useful tool, but there are all these social problems with it as well, that is, makes me uncomfortable to some degree.
Yeah, that leads into what I wanted to talk about, which is the stance of AI music and books written. Do we add that to the database at all?
I mean, that's topic down the road. That's a topic down the road.
Yeah, that's a different topic that I also want to discuss later.
I mean, we're not really going to be able to avoid AI, especially during the AI bubble, right? We'll have to recheck this conversation when the AI bubble bursts. I think a lot of answers will be taken off the table because this AI won't be ubiquitously available for free anymore.
I think regarding the external impacts of AI, that depends a lot on what provider someone is using, what tools they're using, because it is XAI that has been the worst example of polluting water. Others have got varying levels of bad.
Yeah.
But then there's a completely different level from Tom in his basement running local AI trained with open data or whatever.
Yeah, but then this can be argued for ages, especially, for example, if you look at, like, if you decide to take something from Google AI, well, Google, we know, does shitty things like contracting with ICE and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I mean, the ethical issues and the global climate impact change. What are we supposed to do with this, right? There's not much. There's not much for us to do. Lucifer?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add, like, we are using GitHub for hosting. We use all of Google services for other stuff, and we can't really avoid all the big tech products. So like, this is also part of it. But the only thing we can do is like not encourage it. So yeah, we are like you mentioned earlier, we are still trying to position ourselves as skeptics.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the right positioning.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see fewer hands. Let's try and summarize what we said. I feel some of these are some of my words that nothing really needs to change as far as our policies are concerned. Everybody who's reviewing a PR ought to really be thinking in terms of, am I looking at an AI PR, and then adjust your thinking accordingly. Every team member can also decide whether they're willing to deal with AI PRs or not. And I think the no AI and GSOC is a completely reasonable stance to have, right? That's perfectly fine for you.
I'd be okay if they write tests with AI.
Yeah, sure. Just
So like even me saying like I don't want AI. There's some cases where I think it's.
I mean, for me, it's going to be like if the code looks good, they understand the code, and it looks like a human who wrote it, and so forth. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, but if they use AI, then that's not true.
No, actually, no, that's wrong.
Now,
Right.
from where I'm sitting with no knowledge,
Right.
then I can't assume that they understand the code and know what the thing is doing. Because they can take the code and ask the AI to summarize what does the code do and then spit that out back at me. And then I don't know.
Okay. So, but what I would encourage you to actually use Copilot, right? Go do a little project and understand what you have. Okay. So at least the way I have been using Copilot is when it generates some code, I review it. It's like every single suggestion is a code review phase, right? And if there's something I don't like, I fix it. Right, and then sometimes like, yeah, okay, it puts a lot more print messages in that I wouldn't put in, and that's very clearly like, that's fucking AI, but in the end, it actually looks okay, I don't mind, right, it's fine. But really, it's about this attention to detail, right? You have to read every fucking line of the AI that generates, right? And if a user's doing that and they're making the code look good, I mean, at the end of it, you won't be able to tell it's AI generated, right? I guarantee you. I guarantee you. In fact, if you want to have a test, at some point we can do like, I'll submit 2 PRs for you. One that I've written and one was AI generated that I cleaned up. And you're going to get
I agree with your point, but I don't think that represents the reality.
So
if a student is using AI to speed up their work, then they're also speeding up their review.
Students, let's leave students out of this.
Okay.
Right? And it's like, they need to be learning programming, that's not for them. I think it's
Okay,
for
then
other contexts.
Fine, that was my main.
Yeah.
I think you'll find if someone starts using AI to respond to review comments, it will be very obvious the writing pattern.
It is very obvious. That happened this year.
Yeah.
It's rule of 3. It's like it's not just this. It's that. There are all these writing patterns you can obviously see, and then you can go no.
That's why I didn't take on the project for GSI this year.
Yeah.
But even with like you must disclose AI and I can tell the things that are written by AI. And like some I let them slide, and some I'm like, okay, well, that's clearly not you talking, because you don't talk like this 2 comments above.
Yeah. I guess that's just the reason to reject them, and it's like, oh well.
Yeah, but then in that case, we reject every project that we've had for GSI this year, which
I don't think Fettuccine used AI.
well, maybe not every project, but like.
I mean,
Most of them.
well, then everyone
The projects
except
were fine.
Fettuccine could be failed.
And the project were fine, and the code that we ended up with is fine, and it's like
Sorry?
it's justifiable that it didn't make anything worse, but it was there, and we asked them to disclose, and they didn't disclose, and we still went on.
Yeah.
So-
it was not that bad that we should outright kill, but it was clearly a violation of the rules that we set out in the
Yeah.
start. So if we wanted to be like very strict about it, yeah, every one of them could have been.
Most of them.
Well, yeah,
So
everyone except one.
we need to be that much more strict about it. And in fact, next year, let's just make a really, really, really hard policy. When you find somebody who have a very strong hunch that they have basically done this, we're going to fail them,
So
right?
one
And then we can go, if another year of GSOC happens, then we can say it's like, last year we failed 40% of our contributors for undisclosed AI use. Think really hard about what you want to do.
one thing we could do is like, well, just in the context of GSOC, like students start contributing earlier. So like, even at that point, the GSOC page should have a huge banner just stating the AI policy, and like even before their applications, like we ask them like if they are going to apply to GSOC, they won't be using any AI contributions even in the application period. But yeah, that's a separate GSOC thing.
Okay, Julian?
Yeah, I think just putting aside what I put into question earlier and going up to hypotheticalities, using essentially turbo autocorrect is not the worst thing in the world at a hypothetical level. The problem starts to grow once people become more dependent on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The issue in that for me is that I don't know.
Right.
Sitting behind my computer, I'm not talking to the person, we're not doing one-on-one. It's a random contributor, not in the case of GSOC, but a random contributor that I don't know, that comes up with a PR.
Yeah.
I have incomplete information.
Yeah, I think you should just be skeptical about it in general.
Yep.
Like our projects are not very security critical or like not packages that are used by other people, but like in a general context, like if you are an open source project that a lot of people rely on, you just have to be wary of like malicious contributors in general anyway.
Yeah, but if the result is good and they seem to understand, then I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Question mark?
I think it's on the GSOC mentor to decide that.
GSOC different.
The person reviewing that PR, it's up to them.
Rio, then.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to ask from earlier, like you were saying that you can tell that someone is answering like with what AI gave them. How long is it going to be the case? And when that's no longer the case, what are we going to do about it?
We just got to take it one step at a time. Wait for the AI bubble to burst.
I'm just wondering, is that going to be before the next summit or not?
Probably before next summer.
Before next GSOC session starts? No.
Right. So
it's going to start in January when we have the first people coming up. And
if it starts.
It's not worth arguing right now.
Yeah, just wanted to mention the code licensing thing again.
Yeah, well, that's our next topic. I mean, any other just general AI and PRs comments, right? Basically, to summarize, be vigilant, be word critical, and state your preferences is how I would summarize what we are planning on doing. Anybody have any objections to that summarization formulation? All right, motion carried. So let's move on to AI licenses and AI and copyright. So when you look at actual copyright and a compiler has a precedent, right? Like compilers were invented in the 60s and 70s and they set a precedent for us because we can write code, it compiles a program for us and we get a binary and then we slap a copyright on that binary and we go sell that shit, right? So AI is fundamentally not necessarily all that different, right? So the AI is a tool, and the AI is a tool that's generating something for us, and we can use GCC for free to generate code, right? We can use ChatGPT or Claude or whatever else to generate code. We're using the tool. If that tool makes a stipulation that the code it generates is not yours to use, then it's a problem. But if it doesn't make any stipulation as to what the limitations of the output code are, one can basically assume that that contributor, for the time being, until the laws and the courts actually clarify this, that user has the copyright on that piece of work and they're allowed to submit it to us, right? That's my read on the copyright issues in this particular situation. And yes, interrupt me, Rio, go.
No, I was going to ask, like, do you expect that once the laws are in place, that's not going to apply retroactively? Like, we're not going to have to try to find the code and junk it out?
Laws are laws cannot be applied retroactively, at least not in a regular, in a decent modern society, right? This is not necessarily a concern for us. Like, we are so small potatoes, we are a non-profit, this is not necessarily a problem for us.
So copyright is about threshold of originality. So it comes back again to, is this something someone has put in the time and effort to make good, to make indistinguishable from human output, to make it different? Or is this just the verbatim output of a simple prompt? And I think it would be clear from a threshold of originality perspective that the second is copyrighted.
I will object to that particular measure because Yak and Flex. So Yak is another compiler, and Flex are very popular tools that use to actually generate code that then makes a compiler. So you have code that generates more code that generates a compiler, right? At this point, like, where's the argument for originality? I mean, originality is the concept of originality in copyright is usually applied for when somebody takes a copyrighted work, modifies it to a degree, and then ends up in front of a judge. Is this a copyright violation or not? So the judge will apply the originality change, and it has, the different cases. I don't remember what the numbers are, but that's where the originality kind of comes in for a modified piece of content. In the context of us receiving PRs and so forth, originality doesn't actually really apply.
I mean, what I'm thinking of from the context here in America, there is Oracle versus Google regarding the Java APIs case, and it was
It's closed now, right?
Yeah, it is closed. I think Google won, and APIs are not original enough to be copyrighted.
Yep.
And it might be argued that the AI output in itself is trivial enough to not be copyrighted, and it is the effort the person, human, put into to make that AI output in the shape that they wanted it.
Yes,
Likely.
all of that is distinctly possible, but until the courts, both in the EU and the US, actually tell us this, and in the UK, we have no further guidance to go on other than what's currently happening. And with what's currently happening, I'm just going to go take the GCC analogy and work with that.
Yeah.
And I'm not really worried about us getting sued about anything, right? Because if somebody says, hey, you have some code, we can take that code out. But I just don't think that's ever going to happen. So it's not really a going concern for us. Julian, the Rio?
Yeah. So something that might help your thinking is something from the Copyright Office, specifically on prompt output. Quote, the office concludes that given current generally available technology, prompts alone do not provide sufficient human control to make users of an AI system the authors of the output. Prompts essentially function as instructions that convey unprotectable ideas. While highly detailed prompts could contain the user's desired expressive elements, at present they do not control how the AI system processes them in generating the output. So that is the current stance of the Copyright Office.
And the person who wrote this was fired the next day.
By Trump, granted.
By Trump, yes. But this report has been in the works quite a long time, right? And that is sort of a statement as to that's the most realistic sort of examination I've seen on this so far. But realistically, it's all in limbo.
Yeah, technically it is non-binding.
Yeah,
for now.
It's completely non-binding. And if you look at the political landscape of this, it's really fucked. So Rio and Lucifer, the political landscape behind this is really fucked, because for the last, I don't know, since Mickey Mouse has been near end of copyright. You guys know about the Mickey Mouse extension law,
Yes.
right? So copyright has been extended because whenever Mickey Mouse got to the end of its copyright life, Disney pushed through another extension, and now we're off of like plus 70 years, which is ridiculous, right? So that's been all in favor of content creators. Well, now you've got AI companies that are basically ripping off all the content creators, right? And as long as you're ripping off small content creators, everything's cool. But now you're ripping off the large content creators, and that's not cool, right? So you've got Universal Music that's just like a giant fucking baby, because they're no longer on top of the heap, kicking everybody else down, right? So whatever's going to happen, I am really afraid of it, because the AI dudes, the douchebags, have way more money. So if the AI douchebags get their way with the law, I don't know what's going to happen, right? But if the AI douches get their way, we can keep our AI code and it's no problem, right? Like it's in limbo, it will be fine for us. So.
I just have a very quick question, because I haven't followed the whole thing as much in depth as some people probably have about what are the, I know how like image and like music and whatever AIs are basically taking whatever the actual legality of it. Is that the same that's happening with like all these co-pilot like things? Are they just taking like?
Well, I mean, these models are all based on these giant scrapings of everything that are mostly illegal, right? I mean, OpenAI basically transcribed all of YouTube, right, and then fed that to the AI, right? So all of these systems have all this illegal shit baked in, period, right? There's Proton has come up with a more privacy-focused AI. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but that might actually be a lot more interesting, a lot more. That might open some doors, because I actually trust Proton, right? Proton?
Yeah, my comment was actually about the discussion that you two were having earlier about that write-up. So my understanding is that, I mean, we can discuss that later, it doesn't matter much to this discussion. But basically my comment was that, doesn't that mean that the writer of the prompt doesn't have any copyright over the code that they generated, but rather the AI model or the company that owns the model has the copyright?
Almost it is uncopyrightable, period, because
Okay.
Right, I mean, that would,
the authorship cannot be proven at any
Right.
level.
if that assertion by the Copyright Office is true, then all output of AI will be CC0, right? That's never gonna happen, right? The AI bros are not gonna allow that to happen. So, that's, at this point, that's a supposition that we can't really act on.
Yeah.
Any other questions on legality for now? So, Ivan?
That was mentioning traceability. It
Yeah.
was related to
Just because there are a few articles about that, people are wondering whether, if at some point, for example, a judge say, okay, you stole all the code from GitHub to produce some engine that produce some code, and so the code you generated is actually some under some rights or something like that. That it's very unlikely to happen. I mean, I don't think it will happen.
Yeah. And when shit like this goes down and people are gonna go hunting for PRs being submitted and so forth, they're going to go where the deep pockets are. Dresses don't have pockets, so we're safe.
I see a future version of the AI copyright trolls that will just open a pull request and then go, ha ha ha,
Larry
got
Hill,
copyrighted code in it.
yeah, Larry Philpott to Electric Boogaloo.
I mean, there are a lot of companies boasting that half of their code base, 70% of their code base is AI generated. So yeah.
Right, so black hackers, go for it. I mean, black hat hackers, go for it. There's your target.
Black hat open source contributors.
Right. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, so for the same reason, like, even though we are probably legally safe in any case because it's such a mess at the moment, I don't like the idea to encourage having a bad area of licensing because it's been something that open source is strongly used with for decades. So that would be my main point against accepting AI contribution because we have open source licenses to distribute software.
The thing is, we are already past that, to me,
Way
because
past
they stole all the open source code without any right
yeah.
to do so.
Yeah.
We use it
Oh, yeah.
without any right to do
I
so.
mean,
and-
the only reason why it works is got trained on literally our stuff.
yeah.
Right, like I wrote a web Flask application with Copilot, and it did an amazing job, and it looked remarkably like stuff that we would write, right? Because ListenBrainz, I'm sure, is in there. BookBrainz, I'm sure, is in there, right? So we've been ripped off already. So
Yeah.
it's a really shit and muddy situation, really.
Yeah, I have had Claude directly verbatim output code that I wrote 3 months prior.
Not surprised at all.
Regarding that, I've already seen user scripts which had verbatim copies of my user script code because there's not much training data from MetaBrainz user scripts, and that's
Yep.
obviously going to happen.
Yvonne?
So to complete what I was saying, it's because of the traceability Laurent was mentioning. It's still evolving at the moment, and there are many works being made about giving more insight about how the AI did learn about the contributions they're proposing. So we will probably not have this issue in a few years or something like that. There is a Honest AI initiative, for example, which is going to this direction. That's why, like you said before, I think we are inevitable at the moment, and in a few years it will be made more clarification about what is actually acceptable and things like that.
To me, in the next years, the situation will be even more complex because more and more code will be generated by
Yes.
AI, and
It's
will
only going
all
to get
be
way more
fuzzy
complicated before it
what
gets
it
any
was.
easier.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's
Okay, so let's wrap up that particular topic with the conclusion is continue on for now until anything clear comes out the other end.
Personally, I don't accept any AI. I won't.
That's entirely up to you.
I think so.
Right, that's fine. Okay, so I think the next one was AI for our team, an actual AI use. So
I think I suggested that.
yeah,
It was more about not having two sets of rules for what we do versus what we accept from contributors. I'm putting GSOC contributors aside because it's a special case. But basically it's applying the same guidelines to contributors that we apply to ourselves, and not saying you can't use AI, but we're doing it because we trust ourselves. And
And GSOC aside, on its face, that seems to entirely doable.
I understand. I'm also making a separation, but I think GSOC is a learning program, and so specifically, if we want to have specific rules, I think.
Right, that's what I think we are agreeing.
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't want because
Would it say something?
maybe
Yeah.
And he was first.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is like I am actually fine with two sets of rules because I trust my team. I cannot trust a random stranger on the internet. So I am totally fine with having two policies. I mean, we will create whatever policy we create like in a reasonable way. I don't think we'll be doing like no AI for everyone else and AI for our team. But like if we have to create two policies, that's totally fine. I mean, the last thing is like we need to trust the contributions. And we can trust inside the team, but
I mean, honestly, I think we should have the only exceptions are policies of GSOC, in my opinion. Right? I think we should make it if you use AI, we need to disclose the use of AI in our PRs as well.
Like the only thing I wanted to comment, I mean, I'm fine with either way. I mean, I would rather we didn't allow it at all, but I guess that's not really doable anyway. So, like, what I was going to say is just that that seems very similar to MusicBrainz, where we do have users who get to do things that other users don't get to do because we trust them, right?
Yep.
So like, I don't think it's a problem in any way. Basically what we were saying, like, I cannot see why we wouldn't be like, okay, like, for example, for your first PR, we will not allow, for your first 3 PRs, we will not allow this. I think that is, for example, a perfectly enforceable, same for everyone kind of rule that we could have if we wanted to. Like once we have seen your actual code for a while and we know we can trust it, then we will allow you to do more AI stuff and we'll be happier with that. I mean, potential.
Jade, then Yvonne?
So I totally get where all this is coming from. Trust is very important, but I think as it stands, our AI policy is basically you have to say that you're using it, and I think that's useful anyway.
Sure.
And I think that's not hard to comply with. So I don't think there needs to be a difference here.
I agree. If the guideline is you have to disclose it, then it applies the same to us and to others. Right?
I mean, the question is just like, should it be you have to disclose it, but for some people it should be you shouldn't use it at all, other than GSOC people?
No, I think.
Like, do we want random from the internet submitting fully AI pull requests to their
I think that's the wrong
I think-
question. Assume that that's going to happen because it will happen and it has happened.
Why not
Then
just
decide
reject it immediately?
Huh?
Why not just close it immediately without looking at it?
Because you
It's
can't test.
up to you.
Yeah.
You decide. You see a PR, you don't like it, you tell them to fuck off. Right? It's really as simple as that. Yvonne?
Yeah, I was completely on the same point as it said, and I can add also we have guidelines for bots, and so it's the same. We don't allow like doing trade edits manually and then switching to bots. So I think for using the AI, it's the same. Should have just a clear guideline and that's it.
Like I think sorry.
Yeah. No.
I think this might have still been hypothetical, but identifying a specific number of contributions after which AI use is more trustable is not exactly helpful. Just I still think knowing it when you see it and being willing to build trust, and if there is sufficient justification for like MusicBrainz bots to using a good amount of AI to build a PR, then we can figure it out at that point.
Agreed.
Always writing something in case you want to wait for one.
Yeah, the difference is that the team are doing a review so they understand what they are asking of others. Random contributors do not.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly that.
For random contributors, also how they are reacting all the time. if all of the AI said it's good, and I mean then discussion ends.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other topics on AI, relating to AI?
I did want to talk a little bit about editing user brains and such things.
Like, we can put that into, I mean, I think that might be, unless it's a full topic that we also care about for Listen Brains in other places, I think that might be a separate, smaller group.
I mean, the only user submitted content in Listen Brains is the listens, they're listening, so I don't think it's really relevant.
Probably not, yeah.
Yeah, let's make that a Music Brains breakout.
Yeah, if someone is
Just send me a listen history for yesterday.
yeah, someone could be sending AI recommendations, but you know, like,
Just one
Status?
thing, we were talking about our use of AI code-wise, it was one part of the discussion, which tool and we disclose and everything. But I was thinking about other use of AI, for example, to create edits or something like
Yeah,
that. From
that is what you
that's
just said.
something I'm thinking about since a while. For example, the typical example is we have a lot of credits on Bandcamp, you know, there's always a note with who mixed, where it was recorded, and who is playing the guitar, and all this kind of information. And often it's very time consuming to convert that to Russian. And AI would be a great tool to do this pre-work, reading the thing, parsing it, preparing a form or something like that to ease the injection of data. And it's another field that we would like to
it's an important script, effectively.
So
advance user scripting.
So the way I see that is no different than a bot, right?
Yeah.
It's a bot, it's a different type of bot, right?
Advance
And we don't allow bots from just anyone. So if someone starts adding edits, I see you in a second, everyone starts adding edits to the database, and they're not allowed to do that because we don't trust them, we don't have a conversation with them, out you go, right, off, you're blocked, right? But if somebody comes to us and says like, I want to write a bot that does AI stuff, and we're like, write your bot, we'll go look at the code, right? And if we like the code and we trust the code, then it's just a bot fix, okay? Yvonne?
There was a GSOC project ID some year about scanning the cover art and using it to pre-fill the form. So it's in between the bot and the AI, but I mean, it's definitely something that would be useful. if done correctly.
Clearly, and I think that's a field where AI tool as a tool help a lot, because pre-reading, pre-filling forms, things like that. We saw that with user script, I mean, with Harmony and things like that. Basically, it's very simple, but it helps a lot. And for tasks like reading cover art, for example, or even checking virtual data, for example, being able to compare a cover art to the information we have in the database. For example, hey, the AI could say, there's an error in the barcode, you know, this kind of thing. So this use will be something, you know, we need to think about, because that's a tool. Got it now.
I mean, again, I think, be vigilant, be critical, state your intentions, and demand transparency. I think it should be our basic attitude. And be flexible, right? I mean, if you want to be like Monkey and tell people to fuck off from the AI, then okay, that's fine, right? It's your personal choice, right? And it's up to every team to decide how they want to move the project forward, right? I definitely see, you know, for the CAA backup, like, I wasn't going to learn anything out of writing that code. I wasn't going to distribute that code to anyone. It serves one fucking purpose, to back up 6 million files, right? Please, I'm going to write AI for that, right? That's totally fine, because it doesn't matter, right? But like the mapper that does everything, the really complicated sort of stuff, like, no, don't need any of that. Okay, this is wrap up our AI topic. We sufficiently covered the topic of AI generated music in the past. And we said, that's okay for now, we'll continue to pay attention, subject to change.
That was the stats from last year.
Yeah. So I'm just reaffirming, do we need to rediscuss that? I mean, I think it's good to, you know, look at this every summit while all of this shit's in flux, right? So, but the faces I'm seeing say, we're good.
If it's going through normal music publishing channels, it's not really different.
Yeah.
It's not really different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then again,
Apart from 27 live streams of music and things like that.
Yeah,
which,
but no, we don't. we
but
don't
you
do
know,
that
last
anyway.
week we had some dude turn up and was like, hey, I'm gonna go write a bot to insert a bunch of data into MusicBrainz. Oh, where's your bulk submission API? We don't have one. We don't do that sort of stuff. It's like, oh.
So the only one thing that they would consider whether they would be interested in, given the ongoing moral issues around AI, is whether we want to have a way to flag AI music in a way that allows people to say, I literally do not want to be recommended, shown.
I like that.
Yes, yes.
I like that, but that's also tricky, right? Like, how do you, at some point, we're going to get to AI, and if you listen to a piece of AI, at some point, you're not going to be able to tell,
Sure.
right? So,
But at least you can filter honest AI music.
yeah, okay.
And from time to time it gets exposed maybe, and someone
Maybe
finds out.
one thing we do use fair amount is to have like kind of ambient music in the background from YouTube or whatever, and like in the last year it has been a crazy amount of difference between before it was just like you could find some AI stuff in between the real music, and now basically unless you actually see people playing guitar, it's probably AI generated. So like it's become more and more complicated to find that shit. That's why I think it's useful.
I blame the lo-fi beats girl.
Jade?
I think we have to be really careful here that we're putting in facts, verifiable facts, rather than just guesses.
Sure.
Because that's a legal issue if we're effectively accusing someone of generating AI music when we don't know.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
And
That's
I think
fair.
that might limit the
I mean, there are
utility
two
of
options to do this. One is to basically have it through edits in MusicBrainz and say like, well, there has to be a source. The other is to have it through something like voting and basically to allow people to be like hide things that the community thinks are probably AI, and then we are not claiming we know it's AI. It's just like we think.
So a tag?
Kind of tag wise, yeah.
Like a tag or a genre or opinion or a mood.
Kind of tag, like similar to tags, yeah.
Julian and then Philip?
The thing is, because if this becomes user-submitted information, then this can lead to moderation issues. So say for example, there's a user you don't like who you also know doesn't like AI-generated music. You can just go into MusicBrainz and flag all the music they like as AI-generated, even if it's not, and that's going to generate some ire.
I mean, sure, but you will ban this person pretty soon.
Yeah.
Again, it's a moderation problem. There wasn't one before.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well do with any other random tag.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's not
Philip?
I just wanted to emphasize that if ListenBrainz playlist would start to recommend me a lot of AI-generated content, then this would totally piss me off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
And that is something, so we have to take this seriously, I guess.
Yeah. So I think, Rio, yes please, it will be like an AI flag for music.
Yeah.
Do we need a flag? Can't we just use a tag?
A tag can be a flag potentially again.
And the tag would allow to have different levels, for example, fully paid, generated, or partly. Because
So should we then define a set of tags that we use, like this is AI generated, this is, and come up with subcategories?
If I'm already gonna implement moods and descriptors, I might as well implement
Yeah.
AI levels while I'm at it. It's gonna be a copy of the code. So.
Okay, cool. Let's go do that. So Jade, then Zaz.
I think
Wait, did I get you? We got you. Okay.
I think it might be then useful to separate one flag, which is this is definitely AI generated or self-disclosed, and then this is might be AI generated. Users think this is AI generated.
Some douche tried to sneak this past us.
As a music lover, what's really a problem for me is fully generated AI thing. For example, in Spotify, you have whole albums and whole artists, but totally AI generated. There's no human intervention at any time. The sole purpose is to make money from that somehow and things like that. I'm not that bothered by a musician using some advanced synthesizer or something like that, which has AI feature. It's more like creative process and things like that. But the whole AI, fully generated AI music is really
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Right.
It's very similar to the code discussion right now.
Yeah.
So using an AI to make music is pretty much exactly the same as using. Sorry, I just need to remember.
Is it like
but like, it's the
Velvet
same.
Sundown.
Velvet Sundown.
Velvet
yeah.
Sundown.
Right. It's,
Using AI to make music is basically the same as.
it's basically the same as using a synthesizer, right?
Yes.
There are old school people who are like, these people don't know how to play their instruments. It's like, no, you don't understand their instruments, right?
Yeah.
So if somebody comes up and does some absolutely mind-blowing AI sort of stuff, and like, this is my AI instrument, and I go with it, and blah blah blah, cool,
I mean, that is computer.
right? But
I'm saying it right now, I'm not adding AI as an instrument. That is a computer. That is computer as an instrument. Yes. I'm not adding AI separately.
At some point, I don't know, perhaps some point we
What
have
do you think?
I'm not even looking at that kind of instrument.
okay, shall we close this topic and take a break?
Sure, please.
Or was your question up? No.
I was just going to say AI wouldn't be a useful instrument category anyway. It would be the specific tool anyway.
This AI model.
Yeah.
Do we really need cold to drink? It's getting on.
That's, I was about to ask, I think we're running low.
Yeah.
We have a cozy now, not much else.
I can run out and get some
Because I'm
service.
happy about you doing something anti. Because one of my terrors is
One second.
task, cover art archive, and I'll expand that to be to a little bit to Internet Archive. So you were at the Internet Archive with me, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so Kartik and I and our friend Christine went to the Internet Archive, and this was 4 days before they got hacked, right? So this is the pre-hack Internet Archive. And since then, everything's changed for the archive, so it's hard to really judge where things are. But I had a one-on-one with Brewster for a while, and I looked him straight in the eye and said, like, do we need to be worried about the AI? Do we need to be worried about our stuff? And he looked me in the eye and said, back your shit up. Right? So what he went on to talk about, I don't know if this is public information. I'll just make it. I'll tell you a redacted version, and if you want to know where they're actually thinking about going, then ping me later. But they've picked a new country that they're going to basically create a backup of the archive at, right? And they've got a proper legal structure in this country that backs them up, and that country is generally pretty cool in these sorts of things. So I think they're finding a new place to go, and the first thing they do is basically just build a data center to back up the archive. And you know, as somebody who just backed up 6 million files, I have a deep appreciation for the task they have at hand, right? That's a big task. And their hippie ways in San Francisco, that's not gonna fly in such a new country. And when I say hippie ways, the Internet Archive has a set of servers that are literally air-cooled by the San Francisco air. So if you want to know if the archive is up or down, you might as well look at the weather forecast in San Francisco, what current temperatures in San Francisco to see if the archive is up or down, right? If it's more than 22, 23 C, and the Internet Archive's having problems, it's like, yeah, that's probably it, right? The archive, much like us, make amazing things happen without a lot of resources, right? And Brewster is sort of like, him and I, we just really see each other as peers in a lot of respects, because we created organizations that people really appreciate and love, and we created them out of next to nothing. I mean, us, much more than next to nothing than the archive. I mean, Brewster had the internet service called Alexa back in the day, which he then sold to Amazon prior to Amazon's IPO, right? Brewster's got deep pockets, right? The archive doesn't have deep pockets, but the music industry also figured out in the prior lawsuit that they filed against the Internet Archive that Brewster has deep pockets. So now they're like, oh, cool, we found somebody, a nonprofit has deep pockets. Let's keep suing them. We like their money, right? And the general climate in the United States is very anti anything that's left-leaning, and you know, libraries are the perfect example of shit that are left-leaning, right? So they wanted to get rid of all of this stuff. And Brewster has been really intelligent in a lot of these things. He looked at it in much the same way that I looked at things, like, okay, how can we build an infrastructure? How can we build an organization and not spend a lot of money? Which is very different from how the rest of Silicon Valley thinks, right? So his biggest trick, and I have such a deep appreciation for, is that he recognized that libraries get free internet. So let that one sink in. They get free internet. So they get assigned to a major telco, which must give them free internet. And he's assigned to AT&T. AT&T has to pay for the Internet Archive's bandwidth.
Yeah.
You understand exactly what that means.
Yes, I work in IT and predicted.
Yes, right? So this is absolutely genius. What would happen if that rule were really undone by one stroke of the pen by fuckwit Trump? Boom, archive is dead. Right, this is fucking grave, is not happy. Right, so Brewster just looked at me and said, like, back your shit up. Okay, we backed our shit up. Right, what happens if the Internet Archive does go away, right? So the completely legal perspective that we would need to take, and this is Corey basically putting his foot down, and the rest of the board, when it comes to these things, doesn't have an opinion, because they look at Corey to lead the opinion on this one. And his opinion is, you can do whatever you want, Rob, as long as you have litigation insurance. And I'm not even going to go ask what litigation insurance costs. I know if I have to ask how much it costs, I can't afford it, right? So we cannot host the archive, the CIA. We just can't, right? We can have a backup copy of it. That's not really a problem. We shouldn't advertise that we have a backup copy of it, but fine. I will see JB next week on Monday, Tuesday, because he's also getting JB from VLC, right? I've had a conversation with him in the past. I forget exactly what it went, but I wanted to do something and he wanted something else, and we just kind of dropped it. So the only other solution I see is to take somebody else who's exceptionally bullish like JB, because JB has sued India for some douchey shit they did, right? Like, respect, right? That's the type of person that we want to be working with this. And, you know, I proposed to him, it's like, hey, look, we pay for the server and run a cover-up archive. At that point, all I wanted to do was just run a cache, right? So that we can actually point to and get our stuff to. And I forget exactly what happened with that. I'll re-propose the issue to him as a, if the shit hits the fan, will you help us out? And I'll understand exactly what his stipulations were. And the first thing he said to the response was like, oh, we'll pay for the server. He goes, no. You have given us so much, we will pay for the server with honor, right? So it's, we're you know, we're loved in a lot of locations, and Brewster loves us. And you know, before we left, and he said like, look, we really should work more together because you guys do great stuff. We have, the CAA is one of the largest, if not the largest collection, one of the top 5 largest collections of the Internet Archive. And we have to do nothing to just sit here and become #1, right? Just carry on doing our stuff. So I'm paying attention to it. This is one of the many balls of fire in the air that need to be monitored, but I'm kind of monitoring it. So the problem is Brewster's gone kind of dark. I think they circled the wagons from too many other things, and it's hard to get to him. So when he's in new country next, I really want to get to him. And if he goes like, hey, I'm going to be in new country for the next week, I'm packing my bags and flying, I want to chat with Brewster. So there's that. I wish I had more concrete things to share, but the fundamental message in all of this is decouple yourself from the United States if you can. Plain and simple. Right? Questions about that? Onward to more happy topic. So we've had a summit in Barcelona. Our summit in Delhi cost exactly the same as our summit in Barcelona the year prior. That kind of blew my mind. I think the summit is going to be a little bit cheaper because we're managing the Airbnbs better. We didn't have that managed very well. People came in straggling here and there, and then ended up spending 200 here, 200 there for another hotel room. That wasn't good. So we'll manage that better. We're managing our expenses better this time. I don't have an idea of how much we're spending, but I think we'll be under the typical mark of 15,000 euros for a summit. Delhi also ended up being a little bit more expensive for us because the lodgings, you know, with these lodgings, we ended up getting a bunch of hotels that was less than ideal. So the first question is, are we still on board with the one in Barcelona, one in India, one in Barcelona? Raise your hand if you object to this. Okay. Then now the next question is...
Not in India, no!
The next question then becomes, and this is so there were many months that Kartik and I went back and forth, and I don't know, how many trips did you make to Delhi to scout things? Yeah, and you know, we were talking about a 10-hour bus ride each way, right? So, debt of gratitude to Kartik. We had basically fundamentally two possibilities at our disposal. We could go rent reasonably cheaply a place that has a pool and a lawn and plenty of rooms and everything, and it is just like, you know, 8 kilometers to the nearest metro stop in super South Delhi, right? No sightseeing. You're not just going to pop out and get something. You're not going to get 8-minute delivery, right? You're not going to get any of that.
You get 8 minutes.
There?
Yeah.
How the fuck did they do that? Okay, well then, no, that's good. But literally, it's like in India, we ended up spending a lot of time, like, not so much, we didn't do a whole lot of hacking. Here, it's, you know, ironically enough, Barcelona is not as interesting as India, which is kind of weird. It's plenty interesting. So I think we're actually going to do hacking in the next couple of days, which I'm really looking forward to, right? It should be fun. But fundamentally we need to ask ourselves, do we want to go rent some sort of villa that is less accessible in a trade-off for we can't go as much sightseeing?
I think that the one problem we tried to do last time is trying to do too many things all the time. So you gotta like do one or two outdays, just one or two, and then just stay in one area.
Yeah, I mean, but then if we want to go do something, the likely situation will be that we might need to hire a coach to drive us around,
Yeah.
right?
So it's
I
like
don't know.
one thing to do.
I don't know how much that's going to cost, right?
It's not that expensive. The thing is, you are going to be stuck in Delhi traffic, I guess.
Yeah.
I want the place for pool.
But we were also checking Delhi traffic with Uber to some degree, like if it's gonna be significantly worse than that, if we do one or two things. I mean, like we have seen a lot of, I mean, obviously a lot more to see, but like we know how Delhi is. So if we're gonna do Delhi again, it seems that makes sense.
Yeah.
Anj?
One thing, it's not a Delhi summit, it's an India summit.
Right, and I'm getting to that.
I think that's
I'm
the
getting
point,
to that,
yeah.
right? We said we didn't really want to return to Delhi, right? We know Delhi, we understand Delhi, I mean, to some degree. It would be easier to get back to it because we now understand all the research we've done is done, right? And we could, because like here, there's no question about how to run a summit here, right? Like these two guys do food, I organize the plane, right? Picking another city means like we're starting from zero, and it's not just something where Kartik gets in the bus. You would then have to likely fly someplace, right? Or we chase Anj to go do that if Anj is up to it. Either way, we need to find a place, but I guess the question is like, do we want to be central, or do we want to be, have a bigger place that might be less accessible? So raise your hand if you're more for the larger place, less accessible idea.
Which has pool.
I can't guarantee that. Get the pool out of your mind, please. We're not going to India for a pool. Right? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, is that your hand?
Yeah.
6, 7, 8. So that
Would
basically
that
said,
be in Delhi or somewhere else? We don't know.
So,
regardless. Regardless.
I think a lot of people are thinking this from the Delhi perspective, but like if they're going to a totally new part of India, they might actually want to see that part.
Sure, but we might stay for an extra week to see the part anyway.
Consider this question outside of Delhi, right? We're not going back to Delhi.
Yes or no?
Do we go to some more remote place, or do we go stay in the city?
I would want to be somewhere more accessible no matter where in the world it was.
Okay, I mean accessible is like
Or-
8 kilometers to public transit, right? That's going to take you half an hour in traffic, and then you're
Yeah.
then, yeah.
Or rather, yeah, I think in between that and something like here where it's like 5 minutes to Arc de Triomphe to work,
Yeah.
I would prefer something more like this.
Okay, so we have like at least one person for something more central.
And I agree with what he said, actually.
Okay, so let's take this vote again. Raise your hand if you want to be in a more remote place. 1.5, 6. Now it's starting to be a toss-up, right?
For comfort, yes.
Okay.
I think half of it is we do enjoy going out into the city, but then when we're focusing on this, like the city doesn't matter for this part, but it matters for the other half, so it's like 50-50.
I mean, we could just say, let's go to some place that's remote and we just, do our summit for 3 or 4 days and then we decamp and go somewhere else. But
Yes.
like,
Not decamp, but like.
oh, hey, great, thanks
No,
for
no, no.
volunteering to do the.
Not decamp, not decamp, but if we say, okay, Thursday we're going to go in the city and visit.
Yes.
Yeah.
And instead of like trying to visit a little bit every day, which would be more
Yeah.
complicated if we're
Yeah,
outside,
yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay, so
I don't think most of the cities are gonna have that good of transport anyways.
Mhm.
rather than-
yeah, no, I mean, Delhi is clearly the exception here. Like, I
Yeah.
think Mumbai might be a close second if I understand it
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But if we go to Bengaluru, it's like,
Yeah.
I don't think
that's not it, right?
Yeah.
So then, okay, so we can't make any guarantees as to what we're going to find and be able to set up, right? But we kind of have an idea what the group sentiment is, and that's important. That's good. But now the question: do we have a suggestion for cities? Right. First, I would like to hear our Indian contributors tell us suggestions for cities, and then the rest of us can chime into that. So Ansh, Vardhan, Kartik.
So my verdict is let's go for Mumbai. The only reason is the international airport.
And how's public transit in Mumbai?
Decent enough, but you anyway will travel by cabs.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see the trains with people hanging out and everything, like the
You can
Mumbai.
definitely see that, but I'd say most of the time you will travel by cabs, since if you just add up the money for 5 people, you can book a cab in that race.
Yeah, no, it's not about the money, it's about the speed of transport, right? Like, I've seen, when I first arrived in Delhi and Chavi and Samba were like, let's just go get a tuk-tuk, we'll just go over to Karl Bagh, no problem, like, have fun, I've seen the traffic, I'll go in the metro, right? And then they're like reluctantly, like, you know, follow me into the metro, and we're riding, you know, that particular segment is like above the traffic, and Chavi's like, oh my God, we're just flying above the traffic, this is amazing. Like, her eyes were open at that point, right? So it's about speed rather than cost, because the cost is relatively insignificant. But Mumbai is sort of my short list as well. Pardon?
I think you should definitely try Jodhpur.
Where?
It's not Jaipur. Jodhpur. Jodhpur. It's in Rajasthan.
Jodhpur, okay.
Jodhpur. It has like one of the best forts, castles, and like they have like really nice restaurants. They have like beautiful sightseeing. If you wanna go like huh?
Sorry?
Yeah.
I want to meet something else in India rather than just like Rajasthan and Delhi or Rajasthan and Delhi.
Have you been to Rajasthan as well?
Yeah, I've been there twice.
Okay.
Yeah, and also there doesn't seem to be a major airport near Jodhpur.
Yeah, and that just complicates things a lot.
Yeah.
Kartik, then Akira, and then back to Ansh.
Yeah, I think Mumbai sounds fine to me. Other options, nothing will be close to an international airport. I mean, even from Mumbai, you won't find direct flights to most of Europe. A lot of the people will have 2 stops, one in Europe, one in Delhi, and then in Mumbai.
No, you know.
And
Well, I mean, Etihad flies direct. Swiss has flights to Mumbai.
well, not to all of the cities.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Mumbai specifically.
No, in Europe, like Mumbai, they have flights from Delhi to more European cities
Yeah.
than from Mumbai.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to India, I'm just going to shove most people on Gulf carriers anyway. And fuck Lufthansa.
That makes sense, yeah.
So,
but yeah, I can look more into that and get back to
I
you
mean,
later.
I think if we choose Mumbai, maybe the smartest thing would be to do just for you and I to go to Mumbai and actually do a week of scouting.
Yep.
That might be the smartest.
You guys want to go to Mumbai?
Yes, absolutely. I'll take that.
Can I go scouting?
And the thing, another thing about that is like Mumbai and Delhi are very different cities. Like the farmhouses that we saw in Delhi that were like just 8 kilometers south. That is because like that's a specific part of Delhi that was dedicated to building farmhouses. You won't find that in Mumbai at all.
Okay.
You'll only find small apartments or something.
So that's not
find
an
a
option in
house.
Mumbai, and in Mumbai you'll find that 100 kilometers away from the city.
Okay, so then, you know, that changes things drastically. I mean, fundamentally what we need to look at is where we can be put up, right?
Just last thing to add, I think like another thing is like we need to create sort of a budget and see like in which Indian cities we can reasonably be under that budget, so that we don't end up spending like $20,000 or so.
Yeah, we can spend some time to come up with that budget. I mean, the overall budget, I don't want to go above 15,000 euros.
Yep, okay, makes sense.
Dollars, sorry.
So I think like if we can find some sort of arrangement that's like just near it or a little low, because we'll always end up spending more at the end.
Let me do a breakdown of what we spent on travel versus lodging versus food, right? And then we have a budget for what we spent on lodging, and that's sort of a target goal
Yeah,
for us.
and just one last thing to add before move on. The thing is, in India we had like at least 5 or 6 more people than we have here. So even if you spend the same amount in Barcelona and in Delhi, it's like you get more people.
Larger
there.
attendance, yeah.
Yeah.
What I wanted to say is, because I want to go to New Delhi, you know, because I know New Delhi now, I know the area we were in, so it's easier to know where stuff is, to go to stuff. The place I stayed in, Asti Stays, was very good. I recommend it. It was cheaper than the other stay that we were in.
I mean,
Okay, so-
we can decide a few options and put up a vote maybe.
How
And
many people want to go back to Delhi? How many people want to go back to Delhi?
I would rather go somewhere else myself.
Okay, who is objecting going to Mumbai? One objection. One half objection. Okay?
For what it's worth, I did check international flights right now, and yeah, Gurigao, Barcelona has a one stop, Brussels has a one stop, Munich has a one stop. So.
Yeah. It's flying to Mumbai is not a difficult.
Generally, I would say that it's one of the most important parts is probably that you get a good place to stay.
Yeah.
That's
Where we are
absolutely
all
it.
together, where we
Right.
have enough space.
So,
we'll
okay,
figure
let's-
out the flight part if we decide the place.
So let's do this. Let's actually pick 3 cities, right? And we rank them in order. So Mumbai is clearly the first one. I'd say Delhi should be the third one. What is our second city,
Rob,
right?
I have one more idea.
Okay, let me finish my thought here. And that way we can, because it's about finding the place, right? That was the hardest thing. And if we, if we zone in on Mumbai and we find a place there, then we're going to Mumbai. If there's another city where we find an awesome place, then that's probably what we're
I
going.
mean, if you have a pool, I'm into it. Yes, I'm
We're not going to India for a pool.
Huh?
We need to decide if we want a city type or a hill station, because we have a couple of good hill stations where we can find a good whole apartment or whole house near Mumbai. It's 80 to 100 kilometers. You can book a bus. So like we can schedule all the flights sometime or have one night in Mumbai, then go to the hill station.
So
That'll be cheaper.
No, that's so much work.
Yeah, the
That's
thing
so much
about
work.
that is like, the main thing is like, if someone has an emergency, there will be much more limited options. So it's a problem when we are like traveling with a lot of people from foreign, like they are coming to India like once or twice. So like they're not usually used to it. Like if so, it might be difficult to manage a lot of.
I'm talking about Lonavala.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think that will have the same, say, hospitals or healthcare options as accessible as like in Mumbai.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
also-
the only issue.
And also the idea of going somewhere for one night is like, that's a nightmare for me now, because that gives me the twice the amount of work that I have to do, right? Because now I have to settle 2 lodgings, and that's, no. That's no. So only one place. So it's all about finding a place, and we will check in 3 cities: Mumbai, Delhi. What else?
Koshi?
I mean, I keep hearing Goa.
Sorry?
I keep hearing Goa, but I don't know.
I
It's
mean for
just,
Goa.
I mean, I have a feeling for you to go to Goa, we're not going to have much of a summit.
We're not going to have some.
Much of a summit,
Yeah,
because
it's in
people are
Kochi
just
that
going to
main
get gone.
airport for like
You can
Yeah,
probably
but-
book
But I mean, yeah, that's still an
Airbnb
option.
in Goa.
Yeah.
Beach facing.
I really haven't been to Chennai, so don't know.
Well, Chennai might have interesting infrastructure.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
But the connectivity will be a problem again. You have to first land in Mumbai, then again take a flight to Chennai.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out. Other than Mumbai and Delhi, you definitely have to figure out the flights.
Out of curiosity, I was just checking,
Bangalore?
like one stop or few.
Horrible city, but instead
Horrible
of
city.
structure.
Nothing to visit.
And the thing is, yeah, nothing to visit. Mumbai is sort of like Delhi, like Mumbai and Delhi are like Madrid and Barcelona. So like, I'll just say that.
I was checking out curiosity direct, like one stop flights from Oslo because it's a smaller place, to India, and Google Flights is offering me Mumbai, Goa, Bengaluru, Kolkata, Chennai, Kochi, Hyderabad, Amritsar. So you can go to all of those places with just one stop in the go.
it's-
So like the flights are not a problem
flights are
for
not a
most of
problem.
Europeans.
Is the price similar?
Price, it's reasonably similar. Kochi is actually, for this example, it gives me the cheapest. New Delhi and Goa, same,
Okay, yeah,
same price.
it's reasonably the same.
Then it's Amritsar.
I mean, I found one that goes to Oslo, Copenhagen, and then straight to. The
Sure, there's plenty of those kinds.
The only thing I care about is not going to freaking Munich.
So third, you are proposing Goa?
Possibly. I mean, maybe we'll just leave it at that. Let's start.
We can figure out later. I
Yeah,
mean,
let's start the search and see what we can find in around Mumbai.
Sure.
And if we find something, otherwise we'll expand the scope a little bit. The format that we did this year, so arriving on a Saturday and having a free day, that seemed to work out okay. right? Is it a bit longer than necessary? Because we're now finishing the summit. What used to take us longer is now finished in 2 days, right?
I think the answer is depending on how much we get done in the hack day. If we get a lot of work done, that's perfect. If Friday we're like, fuck this, then it's longer than necessary.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think like most of the work will be in the hack days. Like I think we can perfectly spend a day on OAuth and still be left with some work to do after the
Yeah.
summit.
I
So
mean, my inclination would be like, I think 1 day less is probably doable. So,
I mean, the only problem with 1 day less is that right now it's very easy to fly in a Saturday and fly on the next weekend. If you cut a day, then basically most people might still end up staying Saturday anyway. So I'm not sure how much that helps. But
yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? And it may not be that much if we're renting one place for all of us, which would be ideal because then, this whole thing about all arriving at the same time, that also isn't going to work, right? Unless if we all decide to fly with one airline, and then we all say gather in Abu Dhabi and so forth, but really putting all of us on one airliner is also not a good idea.
Yeah, no.
Right? I mean, just saying that we shouldn't be doing that.
Bus
Yeah.
factor?
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly, right? It's like wipe
we're
out the...
renamed as the Boeing factor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ideally won't be flying Boeing jets anymore, but okay. Yeah, I mean, it's if the entire team dies, then the internet has got a problem without us, so. So I guess we're sort of at the end of our live streams and so forth. Do we have anything else we need to discuss?
for today, I don't think so.
Schedules for hack sessions?
No, we don't. We've run out of topics. Everything else has been shoved to breakouts or hacking sessions.
yeah, but should we schedule those?
Yeah, we should probably do that.
Probably a good idea.
But the stream, that's probably not interesting to people on the stream, or is
No, probably not.
it? Yeah.
No,
Well,
So-
we're not going to be streaming them, so
Yeah. So
maybe if just Jay is available, he might want to do something about apps sometime. But like other than that, I think like there's no. I mean, it will all be coding stuff, and nobody else would be interested in that on the live stream.
right. So then let's finish the live stream for the day. A round of applause for Jade for taking on this job for us. Much appreciated. And thank you for participating, everybody online. It's an evolving thing for us, and hopefully we've done a better job this year and can do even better job next year. Thank you.
bye online.
Some administrivia for us today. So we're having lunch at 8 o'clock.